Hey everyone, before we slip into comfy tea house mode, do me a favor and hit like if you enjoy these slow-paced history dives, and subscribe if you haven't yet. Let me know in the chat where you're joining from and what time it is always. Love that global tea time vibe. Now, dim the lights, maybe switch on a soft fan hum, and settle in. Tonight, we're not talking grand palaces or sweeping battles, but something far subtler, the humble footstool in Qing Dynasty tea houses. In an era when a carved wooden footrest could signal your social standing, tip off secret court alliances, or even spark a whispered scandal, this little piece of furniture was more political than you ever imagined. So lean back, rest your feet, and let's uncover the etiquette that made footstools into silent power brokers of imperial China. Imagine settling into a quiet corner of an 18th century Qing tea house, where a simple wooden footstool holds the secret to status, comfort, and whispered courtly rituals. Would you stay to learn its hidden rules? You arrive at a lacquered tea table just as the late morning sun filters through lattice windows, painting the paper screens in warm, golden patterns. Around you, patrons in silk robes lean back on low stools and rest their feet on carved footstools of varying heights, each choice a subtle declaration of rank, decorum, and inner harmony. In the hush between sips of chrysanthemum tea, the gliding of a foot across painted ivory inlay tells more about its owner than 1,000 spoken words. Today, we'll drift together through the unhurried world of Qing Dynasty tea houses, uncovering why the humble footstool became a quiet stage for etiquette, hierarchy, and the small comforts that shaped an empire's daily life. As you lean back and let the steam rise around you, consider what tiny ritual might change the way you feel about your own morning routine. You step through the carved wooden doors of a Guangzhou tea house. In the mid-Qianlong era, the warm glow of oil lanterns dancing over lacquered tables and porcelain cups. A hush settles as you slip into one of the low chairs arranged around the central hearth. Here, your feet will soon rest upon a humble footstool, but not just any footstool. Its height, decoration, and position in the room speak volumes about your status, your alliances, and your mastery of courtly decorum. The quiet politics of elevation in Qing society, vertical lines traced invisible hierarchies. The emperor sat on a dragon-adorned platform some 6 inches higher than his ministers. His favored concubines reclined on cushions elevated above lesser courtiers. In the tea house, a free scholar of gentry rank might recline with his footstool set at knee height, signaling scholarly dignity without presumption. A merchant of middling wealth accepted a slightly lower stool, still more than common laborers, but mindful of Confucian modesty. As you place your feet on the carved rattan top, you feel the straw weave pressed gently against your silk-wrapped instep. Across the room, a young bannerman's footstool bears a small Taoyi mask in gilt bronze, an indication that he commands the respect of his garrison and may discuss military postings. While sipping his chrysanthemum tea, each footstool is accompanied by a pair of porcelain bowls, one for hot water to rinse your feet's leather boots, the other for discarded tea leaves. Even the bowls glaze tone-soft celadon for literati. Deep cobalt for gentry reinforce the room's unspoken code. Craftsmanship and symbolism of these footstools are the work of palace artisans, trained in the workshops of Suzhou. Their frames are hinoki wood, kiln-dried for 3 years to prevent warp. The legs are carved into cloud scroll motifs, each swirl echoing the calligraphy of a famous Tang poet. Artisans in the workshops dip the completed stools in thin layers of lacquer, polishing each to a gentle sheen that catches lantern light without glare. Subtle repairs, tiny brass pegs or silk thread bindings are signed with workshop seals, invisible unless you know where to look. Underneath, inscriptions and gold leaf quote lines from Emperor Kangxi's favorite ode, feet thus eased. The mind may voyage. Those who recognize the epigraph can cite it to demonstrate their familiarity with court literature and advantage in whispered conversations over bitter rock sugar tea. The ritual of placement when your companion arrives at county magistrate. Dressed in summer robe, he graces you with a slight nod before seating himself. His attendant steps forward with a silk-lined box containing velvet pouches of dried oolong leaves. As the tea steeps, he takes up your footstool's porcelain basin, pours the hot water, and offers to cleanse your slippers with a practiced hand. This act of service, performed before the first sip, aligns with the Confucian ideal of ritual propriety. It acknowledges your stature, while reinforcing his role as host. Nearby, a scholar official receives his stool from a eunuch attendant rather than from a companion. This subtle difference marks his direct relationship to the palace bureaucracy, hinting that he might soon be promoted to a secretarial post. You sense the tension if he were to accept a footstool, lowered by a merchant's attendant. His peers would question his allegiances. Status tested by silence. Conversations here are slow and deliberate, every gesture raising the footstool, adjusting the bowl, leaning forward to inhale the tea's fragrances measured against an unspoken etiquette. Manual. Should your footstool be to high, you risk appearing arrogant; to low, and you invite whispers of poverty or provincialism. A single misstep, a stool placed at uneven height, a basin filled incorrectly could derail the entire afternoon's discourse, shifting alliances before the second course of dim sum arrives. You watch as a deputy prefect signals to his aide to adjust the footstool of a visiting envoy. The envoy's stool, slightly askew, now stands level with his knee. The prefect's subtle intervention spares the envoy embarrassment, while asserting his own attentiveness, a masterful stroke of silent politics preparing for the unseen trials. You settle your feet and sip the first warm mouthful. You wonder, how did these conventions develop? Were they imposed from Beijing's forbidden city? Or did they originate among provincial tea scholars? How did commoners, merchants, and officials react when their footstools failed to meet imperial standards? And what happened when a guest arrived with no footstool at all, an insult or a chance to redefine etiquette on new terms? In the next section, we'll trace the footstool's journey from imperial workshops to the tea houses of Canton, exploring the social tensions and economic intrigues tied to every carving and lacquered finish when the lanterns are lit each evening. Across Guangzhou's winding alleys, footstools traverse a hidden network as intricate as the city's canals. From the imperial workshops of Suzhou to the bustle of Canton's tea houses, these unassuming wooden stands carried not only the weight of tired feet, but the freight of social ambition, economic rivalry, and regional identity. In this section, you will follow the footstool's path from palace artisans to tea house patrons, uncovering the tensions and negotiations that shaped its rise as a symbol of status, and the occasional flashpoint for scandal. From forbidden city to river porture, journey begins in Suzhou, at the sprawling lacquer workshops commissioned by the Qianlong court. Here, master artisans, often descendants of guild families, labored behind high walls to supply the emperor's inner court with luxury furnishings. Footstools destined for the forbidden city bore the finest hinoki wood, carefully seasoned. For decades, each plank was hand-sanded, then coated in up to 20 layers of a secret lacquer recipe combining tung oil, crushed shell, and powdered cinnabar. The resulting finish was a deep, glassy red and suitable for public tea houses, but perfect for palace audiences. Yet even within these workshops, politics shaped every detail. Workshop overseers, usually eunuchs with strict oversight from the Directorate of Palace Construction, allocated raw materials according to favor. A footstool made for a high-ranking consort might receive gold inlaid cloud scroll legs. One for a minor concubine would be simpler, painted only in muted black. Lacquer. Skilled carvers vied for the chance to sign their tiny workshop seals beneath each stool's base, a mark that guaranteed future commissions and raised their social standing within the artisan class. Once the imperial orders were fulfilled each season, surplus materials and second-tier stools, those with minor imperfections hidden by darker lacquer, were released to provincial markets. You can almost picture the long river barges laden with crates bound for Canton, drifting down the Grand Canal, past stretchers of tea chests and porcelain jars. Along the way, regional officials and licensed merchants competed for first pick, aiming to secure stools stamped with recognizable workshop seals. These seals conferred instant credibility, a Canton tea merchant displaying the Suzhou seal signaled that his establishment upheld taste refined enough for the forbidden city itself. Canton's licensed merchants and the footstool trade deriving. In Canton, footstools entered a bustling marketplace regulated by the Canton Guild of Licensed Merchants. Here, in covered pavilions near the Pearl River docks, merchants sorted stools by provenance and condition. A small footstool with simple black lacquer might sell for 30 taels of silver. One with a cloud scroll motif and gold inlay could fetch over 100. Prices fluctuated with imperial favor. After Qianlong's 1750, one triumphant return from upriver. Inspections, demand for palace-style furnishing surged, driving footstool prices upward. You see the Canton Guild's accountants huddled over bamboo ledgers, recording each stool's salience dimensions, lacquer color, and workshop seal. Guild rules required merchants to affix a small paper label inside the stool's frame noting, "For tea house use only," a disclaimer designed to prevent merchants from selling imperial-grade stools to private homes. Violators faced steep fines or the revocation of their trading licenses. Yet rumors circulated that some enterprising merchants quietly removed or forged labels, diverting premium stools to well-heeled families inland, where buyers cared little for guild regulations. Canton's tea house owner scholars, retired officials, and merchants themselves watched this trade warily, for a tea house proprietor offering premium footstools was a way to attract an elite clientele. Yet over-investing in footstools cut into profits. Every stool required maintenance, occasional rail lacquering, tightening of brass pegs, or replacement of straw weave. Some proprietors adopted a rotation system. Premium stools lingered in private chambers, while everyday patrons used simpler stools. A sign posted near the entrance might read, "Premium stools reserved for degree holders," an open invitation for scholars to flaunt their status. Guild tensions and artisan adaptation back in Suzhou and other artisan centers. Word of Canton's footstool craze traveled upriver. Less scrupulous carvers began producing tea house series stools lighter, faster to make, and finished in matte lacquer rather than palace gloss. These series bore generic seals like Eastern Studio instead of Inner Court Workshop, allowing merchants to market them as Suzhou-inspired. At first, imperial inspectors dismissed these variants as harmless, but as demand ballooned, the Directorate of Palace Construction tightened regulations, sending envoys to audit workshop records and confiscate unauthorized batches. Meanwhile, artisans adapted their designs. Some incorporated local motifs, stylized lotus flowers or Canton's famed pearl clusters into footstool legs, creating a distinct Pearl River style. Others experimented with more comfortable features, cushion tops upholstered in cotton damask, or built-in tea leaf trays under the stool's frame. You can imagine master carvers presenting these prototypes to Canton tea house owners, each side negotiating cost, design, and exclusivity agreements. A proprietor might secure a limited run of embroidered footstools that only his tea house could use, distinguishing his establishment from competitors. Rituals of inspection and disputed intricate trade network inevitably sparked disputes. Magistrates responsible for upholding guild regulations occasionally intervened. When a tea house mistress boasted of imperial quality footstools, but patrons discovered generic lacquer beneath the veneer, they filed complaints. A magistrate's summons might require the proprietor to present the stools for inspection. Officials measured lacquer thickness, tested lacquer sheen under lamplight, and consulted guild ledgers for matching seals. Punishments varied. Minor offenses earned a public reprimand and confiscation of misleading labels. Major fraud could lead to confiscation of the entire inventory and a ban on importing Suzhou furniture for a year. Tea house owners learned to conduct their own inspection rituals before purchase, running a fingernail along the lacquer surface to gauge depth, peering beneath woven straw for workshop stamps, and haggling for lower prices if a stool's lacquer showed uneven brush marks. In such a competitive environment, reputation mattered as much as comfort. The footstool as social barometer within the tea house, footstools became barometers of social tides. When a new degree holder arrived, tea masters quietly swapped his standard stool for a premium model, silently acknowledging his achievement. Visiting envoys from neighboring provinces received stools carved with their home region's emblem and overture of hospitality that forged bonds. Before diplomatic speeches began, some tea houses even maintained a secret stool registry, a scroll listing which patrons merited which stool, updated seasonally to reflect exam results. Official appointments or merchant guild promotions. You might overhear a hushed conversation between retired officials, one boasting of securing a footstool trimmed in silver thread to commemorate his recent poetry prize, the other lamenting at his new stools. Straw weave was to course, a slight passed over by his friar cousin who pressed his claim on the family's footstool. Allocations. Such rivalries could flare into minor duels over seating precedence. At tea house festivals, fistfuls of powdered tea bricks hurled at footstools in protest, until magistrates intervened to restore order. Hidden alliances and political intrigue banned. Commerce. Footstools carried political undertones. A well-placed tea house might host secret meetings of reform-minded scholars discussing tax policy, military recruitment, or changes to the imperial examination system. These gatherings relied on the trust conferred by footstool selection. Only those invited to sit on premium stools could participate in strategy sessions. A blunt-top stool reserved for military officers indicated that martial matters, rather than scholarly debate, would dominate the evening's discourse. In one famous incident from 1778, a Canton tea house known as the Celestial Lotus became the site of clandestine negotiations between provincial merchants and local tax collectors. The merchants, bristling at new grain levies, slip-coated petitions beneath the footstools of sympathetic officials. When the plot was exposed, magistrates seized the tea house's entire footstool collection as evidence, each stool seal matching names on merchant petitions. The proprietor faced a heavy fine, and the tea house remained closed for renovation. For 2 years, footstools and everyday comfort tamed these high-stakes dramas. Ordinary patrons found simple solace in their footstools. A tea house laborer escaping the sun's heat rested his calves on a basic stool, appreciating how its straw weave allowed cool air to circulate. A humble widow, newly arrived from the countryside, might choose the lowest stool safe from scrutiny, yet still offering relief after a day of market work. For these patrons, the footstool was less a status symbol than a tangible comfort, a reminder that even in a rigid society, small luxuries could be diffused beyond elite circles. Over time, local craftsmen in Canton began producing home series footstools for domestic use smaller than tea house models with unvarnished wood and coarser weave. These stools reflected the diffusion of tea house culture into family life as more households installed small footstools beside king beds or low tables. Household guides published around 1800 included instructions on selecting and maintaining footstools, emphasizing neatness of weave and regular cleaning with rice water. Even here, the legacy of Suzhou lacquer lived on. One recommended polishing wooden surfaces with leftover lacquer shavings, a practice passed down from tea house circulate. Unresolved tensions beneath carved surfaces, you lean back in your chair. Foot resting on its pedestal, you sense the multiple layers embedded in this everyday object. A simple stool light enough to move, robust enough to hold weight serve as a canvas for artisans, a bargaining chip for merchants, a tool for officials, and a comfort for laborers. Yet beneath its serene presence lay economic rivalries, political conspiracies, and the quiet ambitions of those who navigated its coated heights. Which traditions persisted after the fall of the King Court in 1912, and which faded away? How did footstool culture evolve under the Republic's shifting social norms and the turmoil of the 20th century and in modern tea houses? Where minimalist decor often prevails, can the echoes of imperial footstool etiquette still be felt in the arrangement of seating and the unspoken rules of comfort? By the time the first incense smoke curled upward in the Canton tea house, on a chilly autumn morning of 1910, the King Court had been shaken by reform edicts, peasant unrest, and foreign pressures, yet footstools, those silent bearers of status still, held their quiet dominion in the tea house you've come to know so well. Today, you will witness how footstool etiquette adapted in the twilight years of imperial China, survived the upheavals of revolution, and found new meaning in the evolving rituals of tea culture. The late King reforms and footstool realignment in 1905, when the imperial examination system was abolished, an entire class of scholar officials suddenly found themselves without a central credential. Tea house proprietors scrambled to update their stool registries entries for degree. Whole regency were replaced with notes like imperial graduate retired or former scholar. Footstools once reserved exclusively for examination elites began circulating more widely. Among new social voices, Western-educated reformers, merchants aligned with treaty ports, and missionaries fluent in Mandarin. You sit upon a mid-height stool whose legs bear discreet repairs of iron staples, a sign that it once belonged to an aging magistrate who left Canton for Beijing in 1907. His stool, sold in a guild auction, now supports a young newspaper editor's feet. He arrives before dawn to meet colleagues plotting constitutional reforms. Their meeting convenes around matching stools of similar height, symbolizing their shared standing as emerging thought leaders. Although no longer backed by imperial privilege, these stools still confer deference, halting passersby with a respectful nod. Yet the lacquer on some of these stools shows signs of cost-cutting. A charcoal gray coat replacing palace red, workshop seals stamped shallowly instead of carved. You notice a faint gouge near one, join a reminder that in these years of haste and uncertainty, artisans sometimes prioritize quantity over the ceremony of craft. Even so, the underlying cloud scroll motifs endure, testifying to centuries of engraved ritual. Republican tea houses, democratizing comfort with the fall of the Qing dynasty in 1912 and the establishment of the Republic of China. Tea houses themselves shed layers of imperial formality. Many proprietors, keen to embrace nationalist sentiments, rebranded their establishments as People's Tea Halls, promising comfort for all. Footstools were rearranged, low stools for elder citizens, mid-level for merchants and professionals, and a few higher stools reserved not for rank but for visiting dignitaries, foreign consuls, female missionaries, or professors from newly founded universities. You observe a 1915 tea session where a female educator from Peking Normal University perches on a high stool, honor previously unimaginable for a woman in traditional tea houses. Her stool's legs feature an unusual applique of phoenix feathers inlaid with mother of pearl, a modern flourish signaling both her pioneering role and the tea house proprietor's progressive branding. As she sips lotus fragrance tea, local, students seated on standard stools lean forward, absorbing her lectures on women's education and civic rights. In this era, footstools became markers of personal identity more than hereditary rank. A merchant from Sichuan might insist on a specific stool every morning, its subtle scent of camphor oil evoking childhood memories of his hometown. Retired soldiers from the Boxer Rebellion gathered around stools scarred with bullet marks honoring their shared sacrifice. Even leftist organizers used certain stool configurations to designate secret meeting spots, interleaving revolutionary bulletins between straw weaves. The footstool in war and occupation. When Japanese forces occupied Guangzhou in 1938, tea houses adopted blackout protocols, draping heavy curtains and extinguishing lanterns. Footstool etiquette adapted to these darker times. Stools were grouped close to windows to catch stray moonlight, or clustered in corners to avoid the glow of searchlights. Patrons huddled on massed low stools, arms crossed over their knees, speaking only in hushed whispers about relief efforts and guerrilla activities. One memorable night, a chemist-turned-resistance leader used a single premium stool easily, spotted by its polished lacquer to signal to undercover agents. Its presence beside the main tea house counter meant safe house active, while its absence signaled danger. Agents learned to watch for the stool's unique Sealand earlier imperial crown motif, now defaced to obscure its origin before entering. In times of crisis, footstool placement became as crucial as lantern codes or musical signals. Despite the turmoil, artisans continued patching and restoring stools. Wartime material shortages led to creative repairs. Wartime rations of linseed oil replaced lacquer for interim gloss, and bicycle spokes substituted for missing brass pegs. These pragmatic adaptations preserved tea house resilience, ensuring that, even amid air raids and curfews, a sip of tea and the comfort of a familiar stool remained possible. Post-war revival and cultural memory. After 1949, as the People's Republic took shape, traditional tea houses faced ideological scrutiny. Many closed, others reinvented themselves as cultural heritage sites. Footstools, once luxury furnishings, were repurposed as props in state-sponsored old Guangzhou shows. Alongside antique tea bowls and calligraphy scrolls, authentic stools, especially those bearing imperial seals, were collected by museums or private collectors. In surviving tea houses, replicas of classic stools emerged. Wooden frames were mass-produced in rural workshops, painted with synthetic varnish in approximations of palace red. Straw weaves gave way to vinyl coverings easier to clean and resistant to decay, while these modern stools lacked the layered sheen of centuries-old lacquer that kept alive the basic practice of resting one's feet, offering a tactile link to the past. You sit now on one such replica, its plastic weave a reminder that traditions endure through adaptation. A tea house proprietor explains that, for most patrons, comfort outweighs authenticity. They come for tea, conversation, and a moment's calm. He says, whether their footstool once belonged to an official or was built last week doesn't matter, only that they feel at ease. Reflections on comfort, status, and changes your teacup grows cold. You realize how the footstool story mirrors China's own journey, from rigid imperial hierarchy through the fires of revolution and occupation to the blend of preservation and reinvention in modern life. A simple wooden stand embodied power dynamics, artistic mastery, and communal rituals, yet it also adapted to new political orders, material shortages, and shifting notions of equality. Consider how small comforts in our own lives bear echoes of past structures. A plush office chair may silently convey professional rank. A well-worn living room recliner holds memories of family gatherings. A minimalist footrest in a sleek cafe signals a cultural shift toward egalitarian design. In every case, objects around us carry stories some grand, some mundane that shape how we see ourselves and each other. As you rise from your stool and leave the tea house, note the gentle click of its sliding legs against the wooden floor. This sound, barely audible, marks the end of our footstool journey, but the echoes of its carved surfaces and lacquered layers linger in memory. May you carry forward the lesson that even the most ordinary furnishings can reveal extraordinary histories if only we pause to rest our feet and look closely. Imagine arriving at dusk in a sun-baked caravanserais tucked into the eastern foothills of the Pamir Mountains, its high mud brick walls glowing copper in the fading light. You lead your camel through a tall, arched gateway into a broad, open courtyard strewn with straw and surrounded by low rooms. Here, weary traders from Samarkand, Kashgar, and Bach pause on their 1,000-mile journey across deserts and passes. The caravanserai is more than an inn, it is a crossroads of language, custom, and unspoken rules that shape the rhythm of the Silk Road. The first night's duties is the lead merchant of your party. You step forward to meet the owner's steward, who bows with dignity and a sweep of his woolen robe. He presents 3 small clay bowls, one of water scented with rose petals, for washing your hands and face, one filled with boiled mutton broth, and one containing coarse barley bread. You may decline, but doing so is considered brusque. As you accept each offering, you recite the traditional greeting in Yager, "May your heart stand firm as these walls." The steward replies, "May your goods travel safely beyond tomorrow's." Dawn. Outside your room, camels are unloaded and led to a central corral. Servants unload packed saddles and tack, checking each bundle of silk, spices, or lapis lazuli for signs of tampering. A lantern swings from a wooden beam, casting long, tremulous shadows. In the quiet that follows, you sense the caravanserai's true purpose, not merely lodging, but a regulated sanctuary where merchants can rest, pay taxes, and exchange news, all under the custodial eye of local officials, the court of customs, taxes, and hospitality. Each caravanserai belongs to a regional governor or a local khan, who claims tolls on merchandise passing through his domain. Inside the courtyard stands a low platform, a raised dais of sun-baked bricks, where customs officers conduct their daily duties. As the caravan leader, you must present your jarly trade decree stamped with the Khan seal. In antiquated Persian script, it lists every bale of cloth, sack of saffron, and block of salted tea carried by your camels. Officers tally each item, writing figures on a ledger with reed pens dipped in soot-black ink. The standard rate is 1% of cargo value, though it varies by region. You watch a dispute unfold. A merchant from Bach protests that his green tea is merely dyed barley, exempt from tea tariffs. The officer narrows his eyes, consulting a dusty compendium of edicts. After a tense half-hour, he rules the barley is indeed tea by local decree and assesses duty accordingly. The merchant grumbles, but hands over cowrie shells in exchange for a stamped receipt. Nearby, other traders note the outcome, adjusting their own declarations for tomorrow's crossing into the Tarim Basin. Rules of the courtyard, space and silence being taxes. The courtyard itself follows strict customs. Camels must be tethered in order of wealth and rank, the finest beasts at the central corral. Lesser camels toward the outer walls. Merchants of royal charters those granted travel privileges by the Chinese or Persian. Courts receive priority. Space closest to the entrance, enabling quicker departure at dawn. Ordinary traders accept more distant spots, hoping for morning light to navigate the maze of dusty alleyways beyond the gates. Silence is golden here. No drums or flutes are allowed after sunset, lest they disturb neighbors' rest or mask the approach of bandits. When you speak, your voice must remain low. Caravans trade in secrets as much as in silks rumors of new markets, shifting political alliances, or the price of gemstones in distant bazaars. A loud argument risks attracting unsavory attention, whether from highwaymen or overzealous customs officers eager for bribes. The night watch and shared flames as darkness deepens, torches are set at each gateway, fed by olive oil lamps in bracketed niches. A small cadre of armed guards locals hired by the caravanserais owner begins their circuit. They carry lanterns that cast warm pools of light on the inner walls and shout quietly to one another in Kyrgyz. All quiet, no new arrivals, morning call at first bird. Their vigilance protects your goods, your camels, and above all, the caravanserai's reputation for safety. Inside your room a simple alcove with a straw woven mat and a recessed niche for belongings. You see the imprints of past travelers, carved initials in the adobe plaster, a palm leaf calendar marking the dates of earlier visits, a faded calandri textile barely clinging to the wall. In the corner rests a communal brazier, its embers glowing softly. Nearby, a copper ewer of warm water waits beside a carved bowl. This shared hearth extends hospitality to every newcomer, forging a sense of community that bridges language barriers. And regional rivalries dot morning exchanges and caravan departures before dawn. The courtyard stirs. Camels rear and bray as their loads are reharnessed. Traders wrap themselves in woolen cloaks against the chill, and servants carry steaming bowls of sweet millet porridge to greet their masters. Across the yard, you see a Persian trader from Bukhara exchanging a last cup of green tea with a Sogdian merchant bound for Kashgar. They clasp for arms and parting respect, exchange rude tips such as where the spring water runs clear or where wolves have been sighted, and then mount their camels in parallel lines. On the central days, customs officers resume their work, stamping new jarliks for the day's departures. Their ledger grows heavy with ink tallies. Meanwhile, the local Khan's envoy, dressed in velvet and riding a fine mule, arrives to inspect the caravanserai stock of supplies, grain for camels, flour for traders, firewood for the hearth. He negotiates with the steward over prices. A load of wheat for camels yields 3 bolts of brocade in trade, while a bale of copper wire is swapped for jewelers' silver ingots. Hospitality beyond commerce is only one facet of caravanserai life. Many travelers come seeking spiritual respite. Along one wall stands a small Sabia public fountain where anyone may draw water with a brass ladle. Pilgrims bound for Mecca or Hindu merchants on pilgrimage to Varanasi press their hands under the Sabil's spout, tasting cool relief before resuming dusty journeys. A carved stone mihrab near the fountain indicates the direction of Mecca, while a painted panel above shows Buddhist prayer wheels and accommodation to the caravanserais. Cosmopolitan clientele dot in a quiet corner. A Nestorian monk tends to a small shrine of icons and candles, offering blessings to Christians passing through from the Black Sea region. A modest fee ensures upkeep of the shrine and a free cup of barley-infused coffee for travelers and early version of intercultural exchange. where religious hospitality dovetails with trade protocol, unresolved roots ahead as you gather your belongings and prepare to lead your camels through the gate at first light. The caravanserais customs remain vivid in your mind. The hush of the courtyard, the rituals of foot washing and broth, the careful tally of taxes, the unspoken pecking, order among camels, and the patchwork of faiths and tongues coexisting within these walls. Each caravanserai on the Silk Road operated by similar unwritten rules, yet in every region local variations abounded, reflecting climate, politics, and religious sensibilities. Which of these customs endured the centuries, and which faded when steamships and railroads supplanted camels? How did travelers adapt their rituals when moving from Central Asia to Anatolian caravanserai, Mamluk-controlled fortresses, or the way stations of Mule India? In our next section, we will trace the evolution of caravanserai etiquette as new empires rose and fell, and as global trade reshaped the ancient routes beneath those lofty mountain passes. The dawn sun glints off the caravanserai's high walls, as merchants, pilgrims, and muleteers stir within the courtyard, having witnessed the opening rituals and tax assessments of your first night. You now prepare to trace how these caravanserai customs evolved along shifting imperial frontiers and adapted to new political currents, from the rigid toll stations of Timurid governors to the loosely regulated khanates of Central Asia. The rules of hospitality, taxation, and communal life shaped each traveler's experience and often decided who prospered and who faltered. On the Silk Road. 1. Timurid reforms, standardizing hospitality in the early 15th century. Under Timur's grandson Shahrukh, the Timurid court sought to unify trade regulations across Khrazan and Transoxiana. Caravanserai previously managed by local chieftains were brought under provincial governors' oversight. You imagine the grand edicts issued in Herat, each innkeeper required to display a royal firman and imperial decree on the outer gate, guaranteeing safe lodging for any merchant carrying the emperor's banner. Failure to comply meant harsh penalties, including confiscation of goods. Inside the courtyard, you overhear officials conducting daily inspections. They measure room sizes. Each chamber had to be no smaller than 10 paces square. Ensure that fresh straw bedding is replaced every third traveler, and verify that communal kitchens maintain a standard ration of 6 pounds of flour and 2 gallons of oil per batch of stew. These provisions, detailed in the governor's leather-bound caravanserai code, aim to prevent regional abuses and discourage bribery of customs officers. Under this system, your own caravan receives a stamped parchment certifying compliance with Shahrukh's regulations. In practice, adherence varied. Frontier stations closer to hostile tribes regularly requested extra voluntary contributions for additional guards. Yet many caravans appreciated the consistency. With firm rules on lodging quality and communal meals, merchants could better plan travel times, reducing delays that once added unpredictable days. The long-distance journeys. 2. Ottoman caravanserai. Faith and commerce intertwine Edreval westward into Anatolia, and you encounter a different model. The Ottoman Empire, from the mid-16th century onward, endowed Waqf's religious charitable trusts to support caravanserai. AWAQF charter stipulated that revenues from shops built atop in walls would fund upkeep, ensuring perpetual hospitality. Armenian and Greek merchants alike brought their wares to these roadside inns, where a portion of every sale went to maintain the complex. Here, you observe the varnished stone entrance, bearing an inscription built by the grace of Sultan Suleiman in the name of the Prophet's closest companions. Inside, separate sections cater to Muslim, Christian, and Jewish travelers, each with its own prayer niche oriented toward Mecca, Jerusalem, or Mount Zion. Foot washing stations flanked by zinc basins and marble benches affirm the religious dimension. Ablutions before prayer, a blend of piety and practice. You note the tax collector's pavilion near the central fountain. Ottoman officials record tariffs not by goods value alone, but also by faith non-Muslim merchants paid a slightly higher demi-parcel tax, often offset by WAQF provisions that offer them discounted lodging rates. Despite the unequal structure, Christian and Jewish merchants accepted the trade-off, recognizing that the WAQF-funded kitchens provided meals at half the price of private inns. 3. Safavid caravanserais, poetry, and ritual crossing the Zagros into Safavid Persia. Caravanserais assume a cultural flourish under Shah Abbas the Great. Beyond basic lodging, many inns feature calligraphed epigraphs of Sadi or Hafez above doorways, offering poetic blessings to travelers. You see chambers decorated with azure-tiled Iwan's vaulted alcoves that double as study spaces. Merchants unroll carpets here to examine ledgers, recite Quranic verses, or compose letters home in elegant Nastaliq script. Food customs diverge. As well, the Safavid Code mandates that every caravanserai kitchen must prepare a midday pilaf, fragrant with saffron and served with dried barberries on a modest feast meant to forge camaraderie. Among strangers, a merchant from Kazvin perched on a raised platform pours pomegranate wine for guests, toasting safe passage through the dessert pauses. These feasts, though governed by WAQF regulations, become occasions for exchanging route intelligence. Trackers share news of dust storms, bandit attacks, or new caravan routes via the Caspian shore. Not all is harmony. At larger Safavid stations, you witness disputes at prayer time. Sunni and Shia merchants sometimes vie for precedence. At the shared mosque courtyard, governors enforce rotation schedules, posting guards to ensure orderly access, but tensions simmer. Yet these conflicts also spur innovations. Some caravanserais at separate prayer halls, under one roof, each with its own minbar pulpit, a compromise that reflects Persia's complex sectarian tapestry. Darfur, mule saray, mulai splendor, and local negotiation bentong in the mule India. You encounter saray roadside inns patronized by emperors like Akbar and Shah Jahan. Imperial records both saray with gardens, lotus ponds, and high-ceilinged halls. You pass beneath a carved marble portal into a complex adorned with Petra. Dura inlays depicting camels and royalty. Here, a sarai manager in a Rajput-style turban presents you with a copper bucket of cool water and a tray of spiced donuts and indulgence befitting the court's opulence. Yet mule customs place a premium on local negotiation. Tribal chieftains controlling frontier passes receive Nazar gifts of jeweled daggers or horses to allow caravans safe encampment. In return, chieftains agree to staff sarai kitchens with their own cooks, blending mulai and tribal cuisines. You taste a venison pilaf spiced with Kashmiri chili, an aroma you never expected beneath the painted arches. Taxation here works differently. Rather than a fixed toll, caravans contribute a quarter share of food prepared 1/8 to the cook and 1/8 to the sarai's WAQF fund. In effect, merchants share risk and reward if harvests fail upstream. The shortfall is borne communally, creating an early form of insurance against famine-induced delays. 5. Decline in adaptation from caravans to railways be the 19th century. Steamships and railroads erode the centrality of caravanserais. Governors repurpose many inns as postal stations, converting guest rooms into mail storage and telegraph offices. You stand in a once grand caravanserai in Bukhara, now echoing with the hiss of telegraph keys. Yet some customs endure. Local officials continue morning roll calls of mail bags on the central days, echoing the old tax assessments. Travelers now trained passengers still seek scattered serais along less visited roads. In remote desert outposts, traditional caravanserais persist. The 1860s brass plaques at one oasis proclaim, under the protection of Amir Yaqub Khan, a nod to tribal custodians, who still charge camel-borne caravans. You notice that the code of silence remains. Motor caravans speak only in hand signals after sunset, lest they disturb neighboring encampments elsewhere. Very small serais evolve into family-run guest houses. A Sindhi family near the Indus repurposes caravan rooms into private suites, charging fixed rates for bed, bath, and evening meals. They maintain a communal courtyard ritual visitors still receive. The rose water greeting and a bowl of yogurt, porridge and unbroken thread from the Silk Road's origins. Unresolved questions along the routes as dusk falls on your multi-imperial journey. The caravanserais stands revealed not as a static relic, but as a dynamic institution malleable to imperial edicts, shaped by religious walks and reinvented by market forces. Yet questions remain. Which customs prove most resilient, and why? How did the shift from animal caravans to mechanized transport transform local economies dependent on caravanserai traffic? And in regions where traditional inns survive today, do their managers still honor centuries-old rites of hospitality? Or have modern regulations supplanted the old courtyard's silent codes? In the final section, we will follow one caravanserai through the 20th century tracking its struggles under colonial rule, its near demise amid road realignments, and its surprising rebirth as a heritage lodge welcoming global travelers. As the dawn sun gilds the ruined gateway of the Killy-Balahizar caravanserai near Peshawar, you stand amid crumbling mud brick walls and overgrown courtyards, yet beneath the decay, you sense echoes of centuries of Silk Road life. This particular inn, once on the bustling Khyber Pass route, witnessed Timurids, mules, Afghans, and the British Raj, now, through colonial surveys, modern highways, and heritage initiatives. Its story reveals how a caravanserai adapts or risks extinction when the world around it transforms. One, under the British Raj, surveys and requisition in 1849, after the Second Anglo-Sikh War, the British annexed Peshawar and its frontier forts. Surveyors from the Punjab Irrigation Department compiled detailed maps of roads, bridges, and caravanserai, among them Killy-Balahizar, noted for its robust double-walled courtyard and well-equipped stables. The British initially maintained the inn as a relay post for mule trains, carrying military supplies into Afghanistan during the 1878 to 1882 Anglo-Afghan War. You imagine a British cavalry officer arriving in his red coat, escorted by Sikh sepoys on ponies. A local steward descended from the inn's mule-laden caretakers offers him a bowl of sweetened lassi and a crude English translation of the inn's founding inscription. In return, the officer leaves a half-crown tip stitched into the steward's robe. That night, the officer writes in his journal, the inn retains its ancient dignity despite wear. We bill it here for 2 nights. Troops quarter in the vaulted chambers. Officers lodge in adjoining cells refitted with rudimentary bunks. A telegraph line now runs nearby, but the courtyard's evening hush remains a solace before desert roads. Over the next decades, the British repurposed parts of the caravanserai as a postal relay. The main Iwan vaulted hall became the frontier telegraph station, with wires sneaking through reed windows. Soldiers stored ammunition in the old stables. Sepoys slept on straw mats in the upper chambers. Despite these changes, local customs persisted. Travelers still performed the rose water wash, and the steward's family continued to bake flatbreads in the courtyard oven. 2. The bypass of modern highways in 1937. The Northwest Frontier Province Roads Act authorized the construction of a motor road linking Peshawar to Lani Kotal, bypassing the old caravan paths. Trucks and jeeps replaced camel trains, forging a new artery for trade and travel. Killy-Balahizar, once a day's march from the nearest outpost, now lay half a mile from the roadside bypass. Traffic dwindled, and with it, the Ind's lifeblood died by the 1950s after Pakistan's independence. Government engineers considered demolishing the caravanserais to widen the road. A local heritage group, led by an elderly steward named Mirza Khan, petitioned the provincial government to spare the structure, arguing that it embodied centuries of multicultural exchange. Their plea prompted a survey by the Archaeology Department, which in 1958 designated Killy-Balahizar as a protected historical monument. Yet protection did not guarantee restoration. Funds were meager, walls continued to crack, and the main gate's original carved lintel adorned with mule floral motifs began to flake. Mirza Khan, now in his 70s, organized local villagers to perform ad hoc repairs. They plastered walls with a mix of mud and lime, passed the clay roof with tamarisk bundles, and cleared debris from the courtyard. Their work preserved the shell of the inn, but its chambers remained empty, ghostly except for the occasional shepherd's flock sheltering from summer heat. 3. Rediscovery by roadside tea stalls in the 1970s. A handful of roadside tea stall proprietors drawn by the inn's shade and authenticity began serving chai to passing motorists. These new neighbors pitched bamboo stools against the caravanserai's outer wall, offering spiced milk tea and roasted chickpeas. Motorists, curious about the looming fortress-like structure, stopped to rest and explore its empty halls. One such visitor, an Indian filmmaker traveling for a cross-border documentary in 1974, filmed the tea stall scene, here in a ruin once. Gleaming under mule emperors, motorists sip tea as cowboys once drank camel milk. The walls, scarred by canister shots and punished by time, whisper our shared heritage along the Silk Road. The film, shown on Pakistani television, sparked renewed interest. Scholars excavated the adjacent corral, unearthing pottery shards, stamped with Timurid workshop seals and fragments of 17th century Delft tiles evidence of Dutch traders' silver bargained here. The Archaeology Department displayed these finds in Peshawar Small Museum, highlighting the caravanserai's role in global exchanges. 4. Heritage Lodge conversion and local empowerment. The late 1990s, cultural tourism emerged as both opportunity and challenge. Private investors proposed converting Killy-Balahizar into a heritage lodge, weaving back traditional thatch roofs, constructing modern guest rooms in outlying cells, and installing solar-powered lanterns to recreate the subtle courtyard glow. Villagers, trained by heritage NGOs, formed cooperatives to craft new straw mats, bake communal breads, and serve traditional meals in a reconstructed diwan. You arrive in 2002 to find the gently transformed. A central fire pit now anchors nightly Mefil gatherings, recitals of Pashto poetry, and Sufi Qawwali by local musicians. Guest rooms feature hand-loomed rugs echoing 18th century patterns, and tour guides in embroidered vests lead visitors through chambers recounting 500 years of caravanserai customs. The veranda offers tea service on low tables, complete with rose water perfumed hand washes reviving the first night hospitality of old. Crucially, profits from the lodge fund local schools and road repairs, reconnecting the caravanserai to regional life. Villagers take pride in their ancestral inn. Children learn its history in village madrasas. Elders recount tales of Afghan traders and Sikh muleteers. The lodge's website, in English and Urdu, markets it as the gateway to ancient trade routes. attracting international travelers and historians. 5. Surviving conflict and preserving memory. The early 21st century brought fresh trials. Regional militancy disrupted tourism and enclosed for security reasons in 2009. Walls once again fell into disrepair, yet local residents, determined to safeguard their heritage, used the courtyard to host clandestine literacy classes and informal markets, asserting a cultural claim against forces of destruction. Photographs from these years show smuggled mobile phones lighting evening Quran classes beneath the arch's modern rituals, echoing the caravanserais' centuries-old role as a safe haven. In 2015, after improved security, the lodge reopened under community management. International heritage organizations funded roof repairs using traditional materials tamarisk and cane while installing discreet drainage systems to prevent water damage. Solar tube lighting replaced kerosene lamps, preserving nighttime ambience without soot. The walls, once tagged with graffiti during closure, were gently cleaned and restored using mud plaster techniques, passed down from Mirza Khan's generation. 6. Reflections on continuity and changes. You sip your final chai beneath the restored archway. Consider how Kile Balahizer embodies the caravanserais' enduring qualities, adaptability, hospitality, and a capacity to bridge cultures. From its Timurid reforms to Ottoman waqfs, mule patronage to British requisitions, the in-weathered imperial edicts, highway bypasses, and political turmoil yet always retain its core function, a sanctuary where travelers exchanged goods, news, and stories. In today's world of air-conditioned lounges and high-speed trains, the caravanserais' courtyard may seem anachronistic, yet its legacy survives in modern customs, the hospitality protocols of boutique hotels that greet guests with scented water, the standardized regulations of international airports echoing old caravanserai codes, and the sense of shared space that transcends borders. Every traveler's lounge or business class lounge carries a whisper of the caravanserais' ritual of welcome. Final thoughts: when you rest your feet on a hotel footrest or await your flight in a crowded lounge, you enact rituals shaped by caravanserai. Codes: wash your hands, fill your bowl, respect silent zones, trust designated guards, and share quiet space with strangers. In tracing the life of a single caravanserai, we glimpse how hospitality, commerce, and community intertwine across time. May your next journey by camel, car, or plane remind you of the courtyards and customs that once bound Silk Road travelers together, for in every corridor where weary feet find rest, a caravanserai spirit endures. You step through the massive, red clay gates of Benin City on a humid morning in late April, when the low light filters through palm fronds and the air trembles with distant drumbeats. Today marks the beginning of a sacred journey for the city's new sovereign, Prince Yuka II, soon to be consecrated as Oba. His ascension is no mere political affair. It unfolds through a sequence of rites, from private purifications to lavish public ceremonies, each designed to bind him ever tighter to the ancestors, the gods, and the living people of the Edo kingdom. Seclusion in the chamber of whispered prayer weeks before the public rites. Prince Yuka II withdraws into the chamber of whispered prayers, a small oak-walled room within the palace's innermost courtyard. Here, under the strict supervision of the highest prime minister and the chief priest, the prince observes a regimen of fasting and meditative silence. His only sustenance, thin gruel of yam and water steeped with cola dust, served on palm leaf platters, for white-clad eunuchs keep constant vigil, ensuring no unauthorized visitor disturbs the prince's contemplation. The room's walls bear talismans, ivory tusks wrapped in red cloth. Brass bells engraved with ancestral symbols hung, to ward off malevolent spirits. Before dawn each day, the Ayas anoints the prince's brow with white kaolin paste, drawing concentric circles that symbolize purity and divine protection. At dusk, the prince whispers his hopes and fears into a shell horn, then casts its contents spawn wine. Droplets mix with ground coal onto the threshold, sealing his prayers with the gods. This period of seclusion accomplishes t'ens, transforming the boy into a sacred vessel, fit to carry ancestral power, and severing his ties to ordinary life. No letters, no visits from old friends, no aromatic palm wine beyond what the priests permit. In this enforced solitude, Uwaka confronts the weight of his lineage and the enormity of the office he will soon occupy. The procession to the Yoba Shreni dawn on the first day of public rites. Lantern bearers snuff their flames and strike a single bell at the chamber's door, signaling that the prince may step forth. A hushed cortege forms, brass-helmeted palace guards bearing ivory-tipped spears, female palace officials carrying sheaves of palm fronds, drummers drumming in the key of ancestral invocation. The prince, dressed in a simple wrapper of undyed cloth, walks barefoot behind his mother, the Eyoba, whose white-veiled head signifies her own power as Queen Mother. They proceed to the Yoba's private shrine, a reed-thatched hut in the palace garden where the earth goddess Osanobua is honored. Here, the chief priest pours libations of palm wine into four brass bowls. Placing them at the cardinal points, the Eyoba dips her bronze staff into the northern bowl, sprinkles droplets at her feet, and whispers a litany. May my son's reign bring prosperity to land and people. The prince kneels, bowing his head as the priest sprinkles coal-infused water over him, a ritual anointment that unites maternal blessing with divine will. This procession underscores the dual nature of kingship, male authority and female guardianship. Entwined, the Yoba's active role reminds all that the Oba's power emerges from both his paternal line and his mother's sacred influence. The reveal of sacred regalia later that morning, in the palm leaf pavilion of the palace courtyard, the first of the royal regalia is unveiled. Each piece rests beneath swaths of dyed cloth, indigo, crimson, and gold, its history recorded in the Ayas's parchment ledger. Ivory scepters carved by the kingdom's finest carvers, coral beaded crowns threaded by palace women, brass bells forged in ancestral furnaces. One by one, guild masters present these items. The ivory scepter, taller than the prince himself, is incised with ancestral narratives, hunting expeditions, boundary settlements, diplomatic emissaries. The coral crown, its 1,000 beads symbolizing the blood and unity of Edo, gleams beneath. The pavilion's dappled light. The Ayas inspects each item against his copy of the crown's blueprint dating back 3 centuries, before offering a silent nod of approval. When all items are laid before him, the prince steps forward to touch the scepter's base. The act signifies his acceptance of each object's latent authority. He wraps his fingers around the staff, feeling its weight not just in wood and ivory, but in the stories it has borne for generations. The ritual bath in the sacred lagoon. Midday, the procession moves to the sacred Laguna natural pool guarded by iroko trees and dedicated to Olokin, god of the depths. The prince, now garbed in a simple cloth, steps into the cool water as palace priests drum a steady rhythm. For young women of pure lineage pour bowls of water over his head, lagoon water, mountain spring water, water from the palace's coral columns, and water mixed with crushed cola. Each pour is punctuated by a toll of a brass bell, 7 strikes for the 7 cardinal virtues, expected of the Obadah with each bell's echo. The prince emerges anew, drawing his face upward, droplets beating like tears across his brow. This communal purgation washes away mundane concerns, reforging him as a mediator between the visible world and the hidden currents that flow beneath. Anointment with palm oil and kola paste after the bath, the prince is escorted to the oil-land paste pavilion, where trays of red-filtered palm oil and white kola paste await. A senior eunuch lifts a carved wooden ladle, anointing the prince's scalp, shoulders, chest, and forearms with oil, a gesture invoking abundance and protection. Courtiers then apply kola paste in patterned strokes, zigzags for resilience, spirals for continuity, and interlocking squares for justice. Each design echoes those etched on palace walls, binding the new king's flesh to the realm's collective memory. The crowning ceremony in the great hala's afternoon deepens. The assembled chiefs, guild masters, foreign envoys, and palace officials gather in the great hall of the audience chamber. Broad benches carved from Morocco line the perimeter. At the center, a dais draped in leopard skins awaits. Palace priests chant the invocation of Sonobua. Grant him sight beyond sight, lips beyond lips. Elder eunuchs carry the coral crown, its beads catching the light like captured sunsets. A hush falls. The eyes lifts the crown and gently places it upon the prince's head. A single drum stroke reverberates, followed by a gong-sustained chord. Prince Uakat rises no longer a boy, but Oba Uakat too. The hall erupts in a measured ovation. Oba, Oba, as the new Oba descends the dais. He pauses at the threshold, glancing back at the regalia silent witnesses to his transformation. He steps through, each footfall echoing the convergence of tradition and future uncertainty. The unresolved threshold of power use stand in that final hush. Sensing history's pulse, the Oba has passed through seclusion, purification, public affirmation, and symbolic bestowal. Yet the true test looms ahead. Will Oba Uakat balance ancestral tradition with the growing pressures of foreign trade? Can he navigate palace factions, provincial demands, and the whispers of reform stirring among the young? With the crown settled on his brow and the kingdom's hopes upon his shoulders, one question remains as he leaves the great hall. Does he step into an unbreakable destiny or onto a shifting path that only time will chart? The day after his coronation, Oba Uakat awakes before dawn in the palace's secluded quarters. Morning mist still clings to the red clay ramparts as he rises from the leopard skin throne mat, the weight of crown and scepter heavy in both mind and hand, the simplest acts washing his face, tying his wrapper feel laden with symbolic import. Every movement must honor ancestral precedent while charting a path for the living. Today, the Oba embarks on a series of visits and oaths meant to bind provincial chiefs, palace eunuchs, and guild masters to his nascent reign. These private councils, conducted away from public pageantry, will test his judgment, reveal court factions, and foreshadow the challenges that lie ahead. 1. The morning audience with provincial chiefs before sunrise. Oba Uakat convenes 30 provincial chiefs in the palace courtyard. The platform is bare except for a low brazier whose embers glow faintly under early light. One by one, chiefs step forward, presenting gifts on woven mats as tokens of loyalty. Chief Ovi of Udo offers to jade-hued coral bowls filled with palm wine. Dr. EGS a pledge of naval support. Chief Yu of Ikor Hyamwan brings a basket of heirloom yams, sealed with wax bearing her family's emblem of vow of agricultural bounty. Each tribute carries coded meaning. Ivory tusks my signal military. Alliance. Bowls of cola dust hint at requests for judicial leniency. Brass bells imply control over ancestral rights in frontier districts. Oba Uakat receives each gift with measured courtesy, tucking portions of cola into his sash or pouring small libations back onto the brazier's coals. He addresses the chiefs in turn. Your gifts stand as living oaths. May our partnership guard Benin's gates, seed its fields, and uphold justice among its people. Yet even as he speaks, you sense undercurrents. Some chiefs, like Ekban of the Illid borderlands, offer gifts smaller than tradition dictates narrow, green gourds instead of polished coral bowls. Their omissions speak volumes about doubts regarding the new Oba's capacity to defend coastal territories. Others, like the envoy from Akpoma, kneel awkwardly, their patterned cloth to plain perhaps indicating limited means, or reservations about central authority. When the final presentation concludes, Oba Uica issues a proclamation henceforth. Each chief shall deliver annual tributes timed to the New Yam festival, reinforcing both ritual bond and economic interdependence. He tasks the eyes with drafting the decree and the head eunuch with overseeing its swift announcement. The chiefs disperse with muted bows, leaving the Oba to reflect on whose loyalty may yet be secured and whose might be as fleeting as morning mist. To the ritual of the seven doors later that morning, Oba Uica withdraws with a smaller retinue to traverse the passage of seven doors, a consecrated corridor within the palace's inner sanctum. Each door represents a royal virtue, wisdom, justice, courage, mercy, prosperity, harmony, and continuity. Carved reliefs, ancestral figures consulting oracles, balanced scales. Flourishing crops adorn each portal. At each threshold, Oba Uica must perform a precise ritual and speak an oath unique to that virtue. Door 1, Wisdom. A eunuch sprinkles white cowlin over Uica's right palm. The Oba presses his hand to the carved open book, whispering, I pledge to seek counsel beyond my sight. Door 2, Justice. Kneeling. He scatters cola dust into a carved scales pan, intoning, May my judgments weigh the innocent and guilty alike. Door 3, Courage. He grasps a spear-carved lintel, voice firm, in battle and peace. May I stand unbowed. Door 4, Mercy. He pours palm wine at the door's base, reciting, May my compassion temper the sharpest blade. Door 5, Prosperity. He traces a vine motif with his fingertip, pledging, May my rain nourish the land's fruitfulness. Door 6, Harmony. He rings a small brass bell embedded beside the doorway, murmuring, May unity flourish among clans. Door 7, Continuity. Stepping through, he confronts an inscription, bridge of past and future. Here, he bows his head, voice steady, I honor my forebears and nurture generations yet unborn. This ritual, observed only by eunuchs and select guild masters, forges an intimate, almost mystical bond between Oba and kingdom. Each vow uttered in the hush of incense and torchlight resonates with ancestral expectation. Yet as Oba Uica completes the final oath, you sense a subtle hesitation. Between the weight of seven vows and the reality of court politics lies a fracture he must soon bridge. 3. The feast of Oba and people that evening, the palace courtyard, transforms into a banquet hall. Long wooden tables beneath palm leaf canopies grown with earthenware platters, bowls of egusi soup, cones of pounded yam, roasted goat and palm nut sauce, smoked fish, and plates of fresh new yams. The feast welcomes not just chiefs, but commoners each provided a clay bowl and a stool in a designated quadrant. You wander among the tables, noticing the subtle choreography. Eunuchs circulate with trays, refilling bowls, ensuring the elderly receive extra portions. Scribes note the quantities served and return empty bowls to tally the populace's satisfaction. A practical measure to prevent both favoritism and food waste. Drummers maintain a slow, insistent rhythm, punctuated by brass bells marking each ceremonial toast to the Oba's health. When Oba Uica appears on a dais, he raises a gourd cup of palm wine. After sprinkling a libation onto the earth, he drinks. Deeply, the crowd chants Agara, Agara, a measured, respectful refrain. Yet within this communal joy lies an undercurrent, murmurs among courtiers about shortages of smoked fish at remote villages, and whispers of chiefs petitioning for larger yam quotas next season. The Oba's challenge emerges clearly, balancing lavish palace ceremonies with the everyday needs of his subjects. 4. The private council of eunuchs and guild masters long after the drums fade. Oba Yuka convenes the Hall of Veiled Council, a secluded chamber reserved for palace eunuchs and principal guild masters of brass, ivory, and wood. Here, issues of state are stripped of ceremonial veneer and laid bare. Salt roots tension. The head eunuch, Oreg, reports unrest among salt traders over recent duty hikes. Inland villages cite spoiled fish and meat due to salt scarcity. Oba Yuka commands Oreg to propose standardized levies 2.5 calories per salt cake, and to appoint shrine custodians at each salt ward to verify measurements. Oreg bows, recognizing the task's urgency. Regalia revision. Onabin, the brass guild master, presents a revised coronation plaque design. He seeks to honor the Yoba's influence by weaving subtle vine motifs into the scepter's carvings. Some eunuchs object, warning that elevating female imagery might upset conservative chiefs. Oba Yuka weighs both sides, then decrees a compromise. Small Yoba faces will entwine the scepter's base visible upon close inspection, but inconspicuous at a distance. This solution pleases both progressives and traditionalists. Coastal alliances, eunuchs deliver reports of its Sekiri intermediaries, demanding upfront cassava deliveries in exchange for firearm supplies. Portuguese forts at Lagos seek non-interference. Pledges. Oba Yuka outlines a threefold policy: matchlock exchanges for guarded river channels, a 1-year license for a Portuguese warehouse in Benin City, subject to a sunset clause, a limited Yoruba trading rights at designated piers under royal oversight. Guild masters nod, appreciating the strategic mix of openness and caution within this private council. The Oba's mettle is tested. He must interpret reports, mediate competing interests, and issue decrees that echo his morning vows at the 7 doors. Each decision, though made behind closed doors, will ripple through the kingdom in days and months to come. 5. The Python. Shrine oath before dawn. Oba Yuka visits the Python shrine beyond the palace perimeter. There, under a thicket of plantains, rests Adaiku the royal python, whose lineage traces to Benin's founding. The high priest of Adaiku brings forth a coiled serpent upon a silk cloth. With a silver blade, the priest makes a shallow cut on his own forearm, letting a drop of blood fall into a bowl of kola dust. Oba Yuka places his finger beside the priest's, allowing his blood to mingle with the kola as he whispers, "By your coils, O serpent of the founders, I swear to uphold law, mercy, and ancestral trust." The python's hush becomes a sacred vow. The serpent, revered as both guardian and judge, binds the Oba beyond human law. Failure to renew this oath annually will, the high priest warns, risk ancestral wrath and sever the Oba's right to bear regalia until absolved. This ritual embeds the spiritual tie beneath, royal authority, an immutable reminder that before power lies accountability to forces older than any crown. 6. Unresolved alliances and brewing Tenchance's dawn breaks once more over the palace. Oba Yuka to emerges from his final ritual, ruler consecrated by seclusion, public spectacle, private council, and sacred oath. Yet questions hang in the humid air. Economic equilibrium. Will standardized salt duties placate provincial grievances? Or will cheeky shrine custodians find loopholes to tax further? Gendered power. Will subtle Yoba motifs satisfy advocates of matrilineal influence? Or will conservative chiefs chafe at elevated female imagery? Foreign presence. How will coastal intermediaries and Portuguese traders respond to the 1 year? Warehouse license temporary boon or creeping dependence? Spiritual accountability. Can the Python Oath's annual renewal truly restrain later excesses? Or will ritual become mere formality if the Oba grows distant? Oba Yucata stands at the confluence of tradition and transformation. His every decree, whispered vow, and symbolic gesture will steer Benin's destiny, yet in the palace's quiet moments, he too must wonder, does true authority arise from crown and regalia or from the unwavering trust of his people? Sculpted through rituals both public and unseen, you enter the inner sanctum of Benin City's royal palace. As dust settles over the red earth walls, the air thick with incense and hushed conversation. Within these corridors where bronze plaques gleam by lantern light, and polished wooden beams bear the weight of ancestral authority, moves a cadre of white-robed figures whose power is both invisible and absolute. The palace eunuchs, though servants in title, they stand at the nexus of politics, ritual, and royal favor, directing the currents of power behind the Oba's dazzling public face. The origins of eunuch authority. Eunuchs first appear in Benin's records during the reign of Oba Udo circa 1255 to 1280, when the court sought staunchly loyal servants unentangled by family ties, castrated in childhood whether by circumstance or design. These boys entered palace service under the tutelage of the Ayahs over generations. Their ranks swelled. They became gatekeepers of royal secrets, keepers of the palace treasury, and intermediaries between the Oba and provincial chiefs. By the 16th century, eunuchs wore distinct white wrappers to signify both purity and separation from earthly desires. Their shaved heads glistened beneath brass-etched crowns, and their ivory-tipped staves marked them as the Oba's eyes and ears. Historical documents note a decree that no eunuch might marry or father children, ensuring that their sole loyalty remained to the throne. In return, they received rare privileges, access to inner courtyards, direct audiences with the Oba, and shares of trade revenue, often in the form of cowrie tributes. From foreign merchants navigating the salt routes, daily rituals and courtly douches at dawn. Before ordinary courtiers stir, eunuchs gather in the Hall of First Light, a serene chamber where the first libations of palm wine are offered to ancestral spirits. Here, the head eunuch, or he who hears, leads a silent invocation, then distributes day tokens carved from ivory, indicating each eunuch's assigned duties. Some will escort provincial envoys, others will inventory palace regalia. A select few will attend the Oba's private ablutions at the sacred lagoon. Within the palace's labyrinthine corridors, eunuchs perform seemingly mundane tasks, polishing bronze plaques, counting ritual cowries, adjusting the coral beads on the Oba's crown, but in each action lies political import. A polished plaque commemorates the Oba's victory over a rival chief. An accurately counted cowrie bundle secures the loyalty of a border district. By controlling access to both information and ritual objects, eunuchs shape the very narrative of royal authority. Gatekeepers of privilege and influence. Perhaps the most potent symbol of a eunuch's power is the salt ward, where tribute from salt caravans is tallied. Only eunuchs may wield the bronze scales against salt cakes, and only they bear the authority to mark merchants' tally sticks with official seals. Traders learn to bribe eunuchs discreetly, offering extra cowries or finely carved ivory combs to secure favorable weights. A single nod from the head eunuch can speed a shipment's release or consign it to weeks of inquiry. In palace politics, eunuchs function as kingmakers. When a new Oba exceeds, eunuch factions rally behind rival princes, their endorsements, swaying other courtiers. In one documented succession crisis of the early 1600s, eunuch support for Prince Oboyo secured his coronation, while opposing eunuchs were exiled to distant provinces. Such episodes underscore a truth. Though eunuchs lack lineage, they command a power born of institutional continuity and control over the levers of administration. The inner council, eunuchs and the Obatwise a month, the monarch convenes the inner council, a closed gathering of highest-ranking eunuchs and key guild masters. Here, pressing matters of state are laid bare: salt duties, tribute from coastal traders, disputes among provincial chiefs, and the condition of palace defenses. The Oba listens as eunuchs present reports culled from palace archives, daily tallies, and discreet inquiries. Reg, seated nearest the Oba, speaks first. Sire, merchants from Ugban report delayed caravans at Zaria. They request to negotiate it. Permit to bypass the house of middlemen. Another eunuch, Osek Pamwan, follows. Your Majesty, the bronze casters seek additional copper for the new palace gates. They claim depleted mines in Udo. Each report carries a proposal, and each eunuch's stance reflects alliances with merchant guilds. Trade routes or artisan workshops dot the Oba's decisions hinge on these counselings. A decree may adjust salt levies by a single cowrie per cake, redirect copper shipments, or sanction punitive expeditions against recalcitrant chiefs. Behind each minor administrative act stands the eunuch's network of informants, palace guards, traders, even foreign envoys, whose whispered intelligence forms the basis of policy. Personal stories, power, and peril among these eunuchs personal. Stories reveal both opportunity and risk. One eunuch, Ematon, rose from humble origins by mastering the palace's record-keeping system. Her precision in reconciling tribute accounts earned her the Oba's trust. She now oversees all treasury, chests hidden behind the brass gates. Yet Amon's influence provokes envy. Rival eunuchs spread rumors that she hoards cowries and manipulates tallies to enrich her kin in Otolo village. Another, Uwaku, once served as head eunuch under Oba Akinbuda. When Akinbuda fell ill in 1816, Uwaku managed the succession papers, delaying rival claimants until his favored prince arrived from provincial exile. Historians credit Uwaku's deft maneuvering with averting civil war. Palace chronicles praise his loyalty, while oral traditions whisper of his secret alliance with foreign traders. Eunuch life also carried peril. Exposure to palace intrigue meant that a miscalculated recommendation could lead to disgrace, exile, or even execution. In 1848, a eunuch named Ogid was accused of forging a royal seal and died under interrogation in the palace dungeons. His fall served as a stark reminder that proximity to power invites both privilege and mortal risk. An unresolved question of loyalty as you leave the Hall of First Light and pass through bronze leaf doors into the wider palace. You might wonder, do eunuchs truly serve the Oba's interests, or do they represent a self-perpetuating power elite, balancing loyalties between crown, guilds, and foreign trade revenue? When the salt board scales tip in favor of a single merchant, whose interests are truly served? And in the delicate dance of palace politics, is the eunuch class guardian of stability or the architect of unseen factions? With these questions lingering in your mind, Section 1 of the role of eunuchs in palace politics comes to an end, leaving you to ponder the shadows where power whispers behind closed doors, dot by the pale glow of an oil lamp, the palace's inner. Carter's take on an almost ethereal stillness except for the steady shuffle of ivory-tipped staves and the soft echo of whispered reports. In the hours after dawn's public rituals, the eunuchs reconvene in their private quarters, known as the White Pavilion, to translate ceremonial duties into concrete governance. Here, the daily rhythms of palace politics unfold in greater depth, revealing how eunuchs marshal intelligence, manage factions, and sustain the Oba's authority, often in the shadows. Beyond public view. 1. Intelligence gathering and information. Networked white pavilions' walls are lined with narrow wooden shelves, each holding reed-bound scrolls and cowrie-laden tally sticks. Eunuchs in charge of intelligence, called the Whisperers, maintain a network of informants, spanning the palace precincts, the Salt Ward, and even distant provinces. They pore over reports delivered by messengers at all hours, stamped, bark letters from coastal merchants, coated clay seals from provincial chiefs, and verbal dispatches from palace guards. Urega's subordinate, a Samudiaman, sits at a low table and sorts through the morning's dispatches. His slender fingers untie a bundle of reed scrolls marked with a red ribbon, a sign of urgency. One report describes unrest among ivory carvers who demand higher copper deliveries. Another warns of secret negotiations between coastal traders and Yoruba canoe captains. A Samudiaman annotates each scroll with charcoal marks, indicating priority, and places them before the head eunuch for synchronization with upcoming council agendas. This intelligence network is far more efficient than that of any provincial chief. Eunuchs exploit their unhindered access to palace registers and taverns alike by night. A eunuch might sit quietly in the tea-house courtyard adjacent to the palace gates, listening for traders' debates over salt duties or pepper prices details. That could inform the Oba's next decree through coded questions and discreet gifts of cola dust. They extract information while maintaining plausible deniability. In this way, the cadet eunuch in class transforms gossip into policy leverage. 2. Factional dynamics and intrigue within the White Pavilion. Eunuchs form informal cliques, houses aligned by seniority, workshop patronage, or regional origin. Each house supports particular guild masters or provincial liaisons. When Onabin, the brass guild master, presses for extra copper allotments, he relies on his ally christened Uwaku in the eunuch ranks to advocate within the inner council. Conversely, Amoden's house supports the salt traders, ensuring more generous scale calibrations in the salt ward. On a recent afternoon, the head eunuch convened a private session to mediate a dispute between the factions, one backing increased salt duties to fund palace expansions, the other arguing that higher levies would stifle provincial loyalty. Obayuka listened as Reg presented both positions, then delegated the matter to a joint committee of eunuchs and guild masters, while the public decree deferred final judgment. Behind closed doors, eunuchs from rival houses negotiated trade-offs, temporary duty suspensions. In Orhiamwin, in exchange for larger copper shipments to the bronze casters. This factional dance requires constant vigilance. A eunuch who overplays his hand threatening a merchant's permit or leaking counsel. Confidence as risks exile or worse. In such an environment, loyalty is fluid, and alliances shift with every cargo manifest, festival, date, or palace appointment. Eunuchs must balance personal ambition with institutional stability, lest palace politics erupt into open conflict. 3. Managing ritual expertise and gatekeeping eunuchs do more than handle raw data. They oversee the intricate choreography of palace ritual when a foreign envoy arrives bearing gifts of Venetian glass beads. A specialized eunuch must authenticate the tribute before the council. He consults palace records to confirm the envoy's lineage, examines the beads' colors against the court's approved palette, then presents the gifts to the Oba during an intimate ceremony. These rituals reinforce the belief that the Oba's power flows through pure channel ceremonial acts executed by eunuchs untainted by worldly desires. An error in ritual protocol, such as offering a tribute before cleansing the ceremonial basin, can be construed as ill omen. In 1792, a misaligned bead presentation by a novice eunuch led to whispers that the Oba's health might decline, prompting an urgent consultation of palace soothsayers. Though the Oba's well-being remained intact, the incident underscored the eunuchs' role as ritual gatekeepers, whose precision underpins royal legitimacy. Each ceremonial duty consolidates eunuchs' unique authority. They alone handle sacred, object-scale prep carry bundles, brass bells inscribed with ancestral faces. Kinsman oaths carved on palm bark. In doing so, they straddle the realms of the profane and the divine, ensuring that public ceremonies reflect internal coherence and spiritual sanction. For economic stewardship and resource allocation being ceremonial matters, eunuchs command the palace treasury. Cowrie shells flow into gilded chests after each harvest tribute. Bars of copper rest in locked vaults. Parcels of ivory tusks await crafting into regalia. Eunuchs oversee disbursement, commissioning carpenters for door repairs, purchasing coral beads for new crowns, approving funds for military expeditions along the coast. When merchants complain of payment delays or provincial governors grumble at reduced salt allocations, Eurega's deputy, Emiton, convenes a fiscal tribunal. She examines trade tallies, cross-references provincial ledgers, and adjusts budgets according to the Oba's strategic priorities. In times of surplus, she channels excess cowries toward palace festivals. In lean seasons, she negotiates loans of brass with coastal traders, promising future interest in cowrie installments. Such financial acumen cements eunuchs' indispensability. Without them, the palace could neither fund its armies nor stage its rituals. Their stewardship extends to the human resources of the court. Eunuchs manage palace staff rosters, assigning attendants to high priests, artisans to the regalia workshops, guards to the ramparts. These assignments reinforce career pathways for palace workers, enabling eunuchs to build loyal followings among palace artisans, drummers, and guards. In return, these groups serve as additional informants and enforcers of eunuch directives Da 5. Balancing foreign relations, eunuchs also act as intermediaries with foreign powers. When Portuguese traders petition for reduced customs duties or propose alliances against rival kingdoms, eunuchs assess the merits, advise the Oba, and draft provisional agreements. They translate European currencies, gold escudos, copper coins into cowrie equivalents, preventing misunderstandings over exchange rates. In some cases, eunuchs even manage hostages, foreign envoys, children lodged in the palace as guarantees of treaties. Their diplomatic role grows in complexity during the late 18th century. As European presence expands along the Baida Benin, eunuchs negotiate the Oba's exclusive ivory contracts, review the performance of muskets delivered by Portuguese intermediaries, and monitor reports of slave raids along coastal settlements. Their council shapes not only trade policy but military strategy, which forts to arm, which towns to fortify, and which alliances to pursue through these diplomatic channels. Eunuchs gain valuable foreign goods, glass beads, brass hinges, muskets that enhance palace prestige and economic power. In turn, they distribute these imports selectively, strengthening factions loyal to their houses. Foreign merchants learn to cultivate eunuch favor, understanding that access to the Oba often depends on the right eunuch's recommendation. 6. Preparing for succession and institutional legacy. Perhaps the most consequential role of senior eunuchs lies in succession management. As custodians of palace records and genealogies, they verify royal lineages, oversee selection rituals, and ensure that no usurper internal or external claims the throne without proper ceremony. At the end of Oba Uika I's reign, Brag and his fellow senior eunuchs must guide the transition, confirming the heir's purity, organizing the proclamation, and managing potential rival claimants. Their preparations include maintaining a Succession scroll, updated with each birth, death, and marriage in the royal family. When the heir designate reaches maturity, eunuchs arrange his seclusion, guide his ritual training, and secure his political alliances with provincial chiefs. They also prepare ceremonial regalia, new scepters, crowns, and belts, ensuring each item bears the correct ancestral motifs and is ritually purified. Before the crowning day, this meticulous succession planning secures the eunuch class's institutional legacy. By orchestrating seamless transitions, they prove the indispensability of their office, binding future obas to the eunuch's embrace of continuity and order. Unresolved questions of loyalty and influency step back into the palace courtyard as dusk settles, the eunuch's white wrappers glowing softly in torchlight. Their tasks: intelligence gathering, faction management, ritual oversight, economic stewardship, diplomacy, and succession planning interweave to sustain the Oba's reign. Yet their power remains a double-edged sword, integral to the kingdom's stability. Yet potent enough to steer its course, will Oba Uica's heirs continue to rely on eunuch counsel, or will they attempt to curb eunuch influence to assert personal authority as foreign traders and missionaries introduce new goods and ideas? Can eunuchs adapt their diplomatic frameworks without losing traditional footing? And when the day comes for the next succession, will the same networks of allegiance ensure a peaceful transition or expose fractures in palace politics that have grown to wide demand? With these questions echoing beneath the palace's towering walls, Section 2 draws to a close silent rhythms of power awaiting resolution in the final act. As dawn mists read the palace ramparts, Oba Uica convenes the inner council to confront the kingdom's mounting crises. The war chiefs press for new muskets, salt traders threaten mutiny, coastal envoys demand expanded warehousing, and murmurs of discontent echo in distant provinces. In these pivotal days, the eunuchs, architects of quiet power, must translate their rituals, intelligence networks, and factional alliances into decisive action. Their success will define not only Oba Uica's reign, but the enduring role of eunuchs. In Benin's political tapestry. 1, the crisis of the salt caravans at the council's outset. Orega unfurls the latest salt ward ledger, its columns overflowing with delayed duty receipts. Nobles from Udo and Udbine report that caravans now face 2-week delays jeopardizing food preservation across Edo villages. Battle-hardened chiefs warn of rising peasant unrest. Salted fish rots, dried meat spoil, and coastal towns risk famine. Drawing on earlier intelligence, Eunuch Osamudiaman proposes a multi-stage reform, immediate relief, deploy palace granaries to dispatch salted reserves to critical districts, duty adjustment, temporarily reduce levies to 1 cowrie per cake, forgiving accumulated back duties for smaller traders, structural oversight, assign shrine custodians rotating eunuch officers to inspect scales, and mediate disputes at each salt ward. The Obanaz, approving these measures, within hours, palace runners relay decrees to outlying stations, caravans resume flow, and spoiled goods are replaced through emergency shipments. While relief is swift, eunuchs recognize the need for longer-term vigilance. Osamudiaman begins drafting a master register to track caravan schedules, trader grievances, and regional volatility indices, a precursor to a proto-bureau of trade analytics. 2. Consolidating guild alliance. Next, the inner council addresses the brasscasters' demand for copper. Onabin, flanked by fellow guild masters, presents a sample plaque marked Year of Uica's Coronation, awaiting casting. Without adequate copper, palace gates and war shields will stall, undermining military readiness and ceremonial grandeur. Eunuch Ematon, steward of the treasury, reviews cowrie tallies, She proposes diverting a portion of coastal ivory revenues hitherto, earmarked for palace feasts to underwrite copper purchases. In return, she secures Onabin's pledge to cast new battlefield standards for Obeyuka's navy, strengthening coastal defenses against rival polities and Portuguese encroachment. This exchange cements a strategic alliance. Brass guilds gain resources, eunuchs demonstrate fiscal agility, and the Oba's military and symbolic projects advance in tandem. By day's end, copper shipments sail westward, leaving Onabin's workshop alive with hammer and furnace, while palace scribes allocate temple. Bells to martial ancestral favor. 3. Balancing foreign presence as Portuguese envoys request for a permanent warehouse licensing. Benin City presents a diplomatic crucible. A livid chief warns that granting such rights could erode Edo's control over ivory trade. Unico Sake Pamwan, conversant in Portuguese terms, counsels a 1-year conditional license, subject to quarterly reviews and a fixed duty rate. He also negotiates a counter guarantee in exchange for storage rights the Portuguese must supply. Matchlock firearms for palace guard units with delivery verified by eunuch overseers. Obeyuka grants this provisional arrangement. Eunuchs draft precise terms in bilingual documents Edo script, and Portuguese gloss ensuring no misunderstandings. Within weeks, foreign crates bearing muskets and gunpowder stack in the new warehouse, marked by an ivory inlaid sign reading, Benin Royal Trade House. In return, ivory exports continue under eunuch monitored chests, and local blacksmiths begin adapting musket locks for indigenous production. For ritual renewal, the annual Python oath with crises managed, attention, turns to the spiritual foundation of rule. In the waning light, Obeyuka leads eunuchs and high priests to the Python shrine. Orega oversees the ritual recasting of cola dust and blood into sacred bowls. Renewing the annual oath by the ancient coils of Adaiku, I reaffirm justice, mercy, and continuity. The python, coiled upon its mossy log, flickers its tongue as though acknowledging each vow. This annual recommitment, conducted by eunuchs exclusive of all but the most senior courtiers, reinforces ancestral sanction. In the wake of political turmoil, it serves as a potent symbol. The Oba's authority is both secular and sacred, upheld in part by the eunuch's unwavering guardianship. 5. Succession planning and practice aware of his own mortality. Obeyuka commissions the eunuchs to update the succession scroll, recording births, titles, and genealogies with meticulous care. In a private session, Ore presents the heir apparent Oba's nephew as the designated successor, citing maternal lineage and proven administrative aptitude. Eunuchs conduct a ritual testing. The boy's purity is confirmed through talismanic anointment, scholarly acumen through recitation of court poetry, and spiritual favor through minor imbibition rites in the sacred lagoon. By endorsing this heir and preparing regalia miniature crowns and scepters for the prince eunuchs solidify the continuity. They have pledged. These unseen acts of foresight ensure that, upon Obeyuka-I's eventual passing, the kingdom may avoid the fissures of contested succession that plagued earlier reigns. 6. Reflections on eunuch power and palace stability as you leave the inner council chambers. The eunuch's work resonates in every facet of Benin's governance. They restored the salt caravans, balanced guild interests, negotiated foreign accords, sustained ritual legitimacy, and secured dynastic continuity. Their amalgam of information, mastery, factional mediation, and ceremonial precision underpins the Oba's power. Yet their influence remains a paradox. They are indispensable to palace stability, yet their autonomy, control over treasury, rituals, and intelligence renders them a potential counterweight to royal authority. Should future Obas seek to centralize power, eunuchs may resist. using their networks to safeguard institutional prerogatives. Conversely, eunuch misjudgments such as overtaxing traders or favoring factional allies can spark widespread unrest, challenging both palace order and public confidence. Final thoughts in tracing the eunuch's journey from innocent wards to palace gatekeepers, you witness how those deemed powerless by birth harness ceremony, information, and discreet counsel to become the kingdom's true power brokers. They stand as a testament to the enduring truth that in every court, power often resides behind the throne in the hands of those who master the rituals of rule. May you ponder how, in your own institutions, the quiet stewards of protocol and information shape outcomes as profoundly as any elected or crowned leader. After all, authority often flows not from title or office, but from the mastery of hidden levers held. In Edo's case, by the palace eunuchs, you wander through the walled precinct of Benin City's royal palace just before sunrise, the air thick with incense and the distant roll of drums. In a secluded courtyard, beyond the gaze of most visitors, stands a cluster of stone altars, each crowned by a gently swaying brass bell. These bells, inscribed with ancestral names and lacquered in red and black, mark the heart of Edo's spiritual life. Here, the living commune with past obas and venerated forebears, seeking blessings for harvest, justice, and the oba's reign. Though seemingly static objects, the bells and altars pulse with ritual significance, political symbolism, and the unspoken currents of palace power. The origins of Edo ancestral worship long before the walls of Benin City rose to their present heights. The Edo people honored their ancestors under open skies, laying offerings of yams and kola nuts upon simple wood platforms. When the first Oboranmian established the kingdom, he instituted formal altars to centralize these practices within the palace grounds. Over centuries, stone replaced wood. Brass bells rang in place of tongues, and elaborate protocols governed every gesture. Today's altars reflect layers of history, 13th century foundations beneath 16th century embellishments and 18th century bell inscriptions. Each altar's base is carved from native limestone, its sides adorned with relief scenes of royal genealogy. Above, a slender pillar supports a polished brass bell, hung by iron chains forged in the palace smithy. The bells bear inscriptions in Edo script, names of past obas, dates of significant reigns, and invocation formulas such as ring, O bell, to summon Igben, ancestor of justice. Through these objects, the living assert continuity with the dead, drawing legitimacy from a lineage that bridges earth and spirit. Daily rituals, bell ringing, and offerings at first light. A cadre of palace priests clad in white wrappers and coral-beaded necklaces assemble before the altars. The head priest of Osano Bua leads a procession, carrying fresh kola nuts, calabashes of palm wine, and ornate ivory ladles. He approaches the first altar, places a handful of kola dust into a shallow basin, and sprinkles palm wine in rhythmic arcs. Then, standing before the bell, he lifts a small wooden striker bound with red cloth and strikes the bell's rim exactly 7 times, each toll warm, resonant, and lingering echoes across the courtyard. The number 7 holds deep significance. 7 clans merge to form the early Edo polity. 7 virtues undergird royal rule. 7 days between lunar phases. Following the ringing, priests bow 3 times, each bowed deeper than the last, murmuring ancestral names. Senior eunuchs observe respectfully from the forum's edge, recording the ritual in palm leaf ledgers. A single mistole strike the light or the heavy would require the ritual to restart, for the ancestors must hear their invocation precisely. The bells as political symbols be in their spiritual function. The brass bells convey messages about power and patronage, Obas commissioned new bells to commemorate milestones victories, diplomatic treaties, or major palace renovations. Bell inscriptions list donors, guild masters of brass, ivory carvers, or foreign traders who provided copper ingots. Through these dedications, patrons publicly affirm loyalty to the Oba while securing prestige among peers. In 1685, Oba at Kingswood added a pair of massive bells to the ancestral courtyard, following his successful defense against Portuguese incursions. One bell bears the inscription Balogu, denoting the local war deity, while the other names the king's mother, Ioba Idia, by juxtaposing martial and maternal invocations. A Kingswood of balanced images of strength and wisdom, reinforcing his regime's dual pillars of military prowess and dynastic legitimacy. Access and control. Who may ring the bell's bell ringing is a restricted right. Ordinary palace attendants may assist in preparations, fetching offerings, tending. Incense and minor officials stand by to ensure order, but only high-ranking priests or designated eunuch officers may strike the bells. Permission flows from the eyes in written orders. Unauthorized ringing is taboo and punishable by force. Diaspora to provincial posts. Once, a pompous palace scribe attempted to ring a bell to gain favor with a visiting envoy. His strike was uneven. The bell's tone cracked ominously, halting the ritual. The head priest announced that the ancestors rejected the scribe's presumption. Public shaming followed. The scribe was denounced before the inner council and banished to distant Ida, where he served as a minor tax collector until his death. This incident reinforced that control over ritual equates to control over ancestral sanction, and by extension, political legitimacy. The altar's role in crisis and continuity in times of famine or conflict. The Oba personally attends altar rituals, signaling the crisis's gravity. During a prolonged drought in 1742, Oba Ozemwin spent 3 nights at the altars, fasting and leading all-night vigils. He ordered that every governor across the kingdom replicate the ceremonies, synchronizing. Bell tolls at dusk in every provincial shrine. Within weeks, seasonal rains returned, and chronicles attribute the revival to ancestral favor reinvigorated by unified ritual. Such collective actions underscore how altars function as engines of unity, when provincial chiefs see the Obas, personal investment in ancestral rites, stolen bells that echo their forebears' names. They feel compelled to adhere to central authority. Conversely, failure to participate in synchronized rituals signals dissidence, potentially justifying Oba's intervention in local governance. Preparing for the unseen toll as you step away from the soft peels and lingering incense. Consider how brass bells and stone altars shape the kingdom's rhythms of power. These objects translate lineage into authority, ritual into policy, collective memory into daily governance. If questions linger, when Oba Uakai's reign ends, what bells will his heirs toll? Will future Obas continue the synchronized rituals that bind provinces to the throne, or might new altars arise, marking revised alliances in a changing world? With these questions resonating like distant bell tones, Section 1 draws to a close, leaving you to ponder the invisible forces that shape history's course. Through simple acts of ringing and reverence, dawn's first light bathes the ancestral courtyard in soft gold, and the brass bells silent since last night's rites stand poised to mark the day's pivotal negotiations. Here in the palace's inner sanctum, the Oba's most trusted priests and eunuchs convene to plan the next round of rituals and policy actions tied to the ancestral altars. They will translate the spiritual mandates of Section 1 into practical governance measures, ensuring that Benin's political, economic, and religious imperatives remain in harmonious balance. 1. Synchronizing altars and Provincial Srinasoba Uica Eyes Council begins. With a review of provincial shrine networks, the palace archives contain a roster of some 200 smaller altars, scattered across Edo province's stone platforms paired with local brass bells, each inscribed by artisans trained in OBA-sanctioned workshops. Unico Salmudiaman presents a map showing which shrines have reported regular bell tolls and which have fallen silent for months. Your Majesty, he says, or he in one shrine last rang its bell only twice this season. The chief there cites resource shortages. Meanwhile, Ekpoma's shrine tolls daily, but omits ancestral names dear to this court. These omissions matter. Synchronized bell ringing across provinces creates a daily chorus of ancestral invocation, reinforcing centralized authority. To rectify the lapses, Oreg proposes dispatching palace priests with fresh brass bells cast. In the royal smithy and small grants of cowrie tributes earmarked for shrine maintenance. In return, each provincial chief must report the schedule of bell tolls monthly, certified by the head priest's signature. Obayuka approves by reigniting the network of altars. He ensures that the kingdom's far-flung corners remain bound to the palace's spiritual center, yet the logistics are immense. Messengers on swift horses will carry bells and cowries. Regional priests will undergo rapid training. Eunuchs will audit monthly reports. In effect, the ancestral altars become an administrative grid as much as a devotional 1.2. Integrating bells into judicial protocols next. The council addresses a recent lawsuit in which a minor chief was accused of land misappropriation. Local courts have been stymied by conflicting witness statements. Oreg recalls an age-old precedent. In certain disputes, provincial litigants swear oaths at a designated ancestral altar, striking the bell 3 times. To affirm truthfulness, traditionally, a false oath invited ancestral vengeance. A true oath secured communal trust. Uica's decree extends this practice into formal judicial protocols. From now on, any land or succession dispute exceeding the defined value requires bell oath arbitration at the nearest sanctioned altar. Participants must make offerings of cola and palm wine before tolling the bell. A forged or omitted toll invalidates their testimony. Osalmudiaman details the procedure. Selection of altar. The court clerk designates a shrine within the disputing. Parties locale, bell oath, plaintiff and defendant approach the altar. Each strikes the bell once, declares an oath, then strikes again to seal the pledge. Priestly certification. The attending priest records names and dates on palm leaf registers and issues a bell oath certificate. Court adoption. Judges accept the oath as evidence weight equal to cross-examination. Streamlining verdicts by institutionalizing bell oaths. The OBA leverages religious belief to reinforce legal order. Chiefs reluctant to participate fined. There, cases delayed indefinitely. Those who honor the ritual gain moral high ground. Over months, local disputes resolve more swiftly, and the altar's judicial function cements their dual role as sacred and civic instruments. 3. Leveraging altars for military mobilization, where chiefs arrive next to petition for defense against coastal encroachments. Obayuka recalls the 1685 campaign where ancestral bell ringing galvanized war bands. He instructs eunuchs to coordinate a campaign invocation across altars. At dawn on a determined date, priests in all chiefdoms will toll bells 7 times once at each bell temperature. Stations signaling warriors to muster at central rally points. Emiton proposes a variation, overlaying the ritual with coded signals. 3 tolls indicate reconnaissance. 5 tolls call for mobilization. 7 tolls instruct hold position. By aligning these signals with the same altars used for daily invocations, the OBA's command network gains both spiritual legitimacy and functional clarity, Within weeks, treaty-bound coastal towns hear the distant tolls first gentle, then insistent transmitted via hilltop relay towers. Warriors in Udo and Ubban raise their spears in oath at local altars before marching toward Benin City. This unified ancestral calling transforms otherwise disparate militias into a coordinated force, showcasing the bell's potency as instruments of both faith and military strategy. 4. Orchestrating festival processions calendar turns toward the annual New Yam Festival, a ceremony celebrating harvest and renewal. This year's procession will circle the palace walls, stopping at each ancestral altar for offerings and bell tolls. The logistics require careful planning. Procession route. Guards clear the path. Altars are polished and decorated with fresh palm fronds. Sequence of altars. A senior unit calculates optimal intervals for pauses balancing daylight. Youth dancers' stamina and elders' pace. Bell readers, teams of two priests at each. Altar guide the crowd in synchronized tolling chants. Musical accompaniment. Brass bell melodies blend with ivory flute and wooden drum rhythms, creating a tapestry of sound. At the final altar, the shrine of the founding Obo Bayuika will personally strike the largest brass bell, signaling the climax of the festival. Eunuchs rehearse the moment, 13 echoes, matching the number of founding, obas, punctuated by four drumbeats referencing the four cardinal directions. Through these precise orchestrations, the bells guide communal movement, embedding the altars within the kingdom's living cultural calendar. 5. Monitoring bell condition. An artisan collaboration brings bells tarnish and crack. Chains weaken under strain. Keeping the sacred network intact demands ongoing maintenance. Uwaku, the chief artisan liaison eunuch, coordinates quarterly inspections with brass guild masters, visual surveys. Inspectors examine bell. Inscriptions. For legibility, worn letters are read sound tests. Masters strike each bell. Listening for tonal clarity. Dullness prompts minor repairs, polishing, or minor reshaping. Chain and support checks. Iron linkages are oiled or replaced. Wooden beam brackets are reinforced. For each repair, guild masters receive cowries and prestige. Their stamps on newly repaired bells appear alongside ancestral inscriptions. Such collaboration fosters mutual reliance, gods of craft and of lineage. Unite in each ringing. In minor villages, local smiths learn basic upkeep, expanding the maintenance network beyond palace artisans. Through this decentralized model, the altar's resilience outlasts any single generation of crafters or priests. 6. Unresolved echoes of ancestors as dusk descends again on the palace courtyard. You hear the faint hum of evening prayers mingling with the soft rustle of palm fronds. The bells remain poised, their chains silent, awaiting tomorrow's invocations. Yet questions ring as clearly as their reverberations. Spiritual verses, administrative balance, with the need for practical governance, judicial oaths, military signals, festival coordination dilute the bell's ancestral sanctity. Factional competition. Can eunuchs maintain equitable access to altar rituals? Or will rival houses commandeer certain altars to assert dominance? Evolution of rituals. As new pressures, foreign influence, internal reform movements reshape. Benin. How will ancestral rites adapt? Will future obas innovate beyond the seven toll structure, or cling to tradition as bulwark against change? In the hush of evening, the ancestral altars stand mute yet eloquent, their brass surfaces absorbing both ancestral legacy and contemporary necessity. As you depart the courtyard, let their silent promise linger that in Benin every toll holds a story, every altar a conversation across time, a dialogue between the living, the dead, and those who ring their voices into the world. You slip through a narrow side gate of Benin City's royal palace just before dawn, entering a realm where cultivated greenery softens the kingdom's red earth austerity. Here, behind high ochre walls, lies the palace garden, a verdant labyrinth of raised beds, shady groves, and winding paths. It is in this living apothecary that court physicians, herbalists, and palace ladies cultivate hundreds of plant species, each prized for its healing virtues, ceremonial roles, or symbolic resonance. Today, you will trace how these gardens evolved from utilitarian plots into meticulously organized landscape, spaces of science, ritual, and subtle power, origins from wild grove to curative plots long before the palace walls took shape. The area that became the palace garden was a semi-wild grove of Iroko and mahogany, where villagers gathered bark and roots for basic remedies. During Oba Orogbua's reign in the late 15th century, growing court demands for reliable medicines spurred the formalization of a kitchen garden adjacent to the royal kitchens. Under the guidance of Ayah's advisors, sections of the grove were cleared and laid out in parallel beds, each dedicated to staple herbs: neem for fever, wild turmeric for wounds, and bitter melon for digestive ills. Over successive reigns, these patches expanded. Oba Ezegi 1504 to 1550 ordered the importation of foreign species ginger from the Niger Delta, galangal from coastal markets, and a hardy mint variant from House of Traders, hoping to bolster the court's therapeutic repertoire. Local herbalist Awoba, dispatched to Kano in 1523, returned with seeds of African snail seed, later found essential for treating parasitic infections. By the 17th century, the garden's core beds formed a rectangular grid, each plot measuring roughly 5 paces, square framed by brick edging and accessible by narrow earthen walkways. The gardens for quadrants and their specializations. Modern palace garden is divided into 4 primary quadrants, each reflecting the dimension of Edo medicinal and ceremonial practice. Quadrant of healing roots. This southern quadrant is shaded by a canopy of frangipani and Elstonia trees. Beneath them lie beds of roots and barks, wild turmeric, curcuma longa for inflammation, snake vine Lanolfia ovariensis for skin ailments, and the pale roots of chew for strength Comberta micranthum for fatigue. Gardener's harvest. Roots early in the morning when active compounds concentrate. Each root is washed in cistern water, pounded gently against stone slabs, and air-dried on mats and contain alcoves. Rituals overseen by the palace's head herbalist. Iyama Iroro, quadrant of sacred leaves in the eastern quadrant, sun-drenched and vibrant. Rows of leafy herbs flourish. Bitter leaf Vernonia amygdalina prized for malaria-like fevers. Cola leaf Colanitida used in ceremonial libations, and a local basil variant for digestive teas. Offerings to Olokin take place here, for certain leaves serve both medicine and ritual. Priests gather under a carved Iroko arch reliefs, depicting ancestors inhaling healing vapors to bless the quadrants before each seasonal planting. Quadrant of flowered remedies. The western quadrant is a riot of color. Scarlet hibiscus for heart tonics, yellow cassia flowers for liver ailments, and pale jasmine for relaxation infusions. Courtiers often select flowers for both tea and toiletry. Jasmine petals steeped for bridal cleansings. Hibiscus calyces dried for cooling drinks on hot afternoons. Gardeners shaped the flower beds into seamless patterned spirals and waves reflecting the kingdom's belief in harmony between form and function. Quadrant of exotic imports. The northern quadrant, closest to the palace gate, showcases rarities. Imported coriander from Persian traders, lemongrass from coastal merchants, and a dwarf cinnamon species from Portuguese contacts. These prized plants grow in raised brick planters to ensure proper drainage and soil warmth. Each planter bears an ebony plaque engraved with the donor's name, often guild masters, or foreign envoys linking botanical gifts to courtly favor and forging diplomatic bonds. Rituals of cultivation and harvest palace gardens' daily rhythms blend horticulture with ritual. At first light, a procession of gardeners, mostly women from Orhianwin and Ikorhianwan clans enters carrying woven baskets and iron spades. The head gardener, Obaseki, leads with a carved wooden staff topped by a small brass bell. When he rings this bell, garden work ceases, and all gardeners bow toward the Komo shrine, a small altar at the garden center dedicated to the earth goddess Osano Bua. Once blessings are complete, gardeners split into teams. Root teams dig carefully around target plants, ensuring taproots remain intact. Leaf teams collect only lower, mature leaves to encourage regrowth. Flower teams harvest buds at early bloom. For maximum potency, each batch is weighed on brass scales guarded by eunuchs to prevent theft and recorded in palm leaf ledgers. Only then do artisans ferry the harvest to the palace dispensary or royal kitchens, where court physicians like the veteran Eden Izomo brew decoctions and balance formulas. On the eve of planting or major harvests, palace priests perform the garden renewal rite. They anoint each quadrant's perimeter posts with coal-infused palm oil, sprinkle blessed water drawn from the sacred lagoon, and burn bundles of frankincense. A chorus of drummers and bell ringers accompanies the ritual, their polyrhythmic beats intended to awaken the spirits slumbering beneath the soil, inviting them to bless the growing herbs, medicinal knowledge, and guild collaboration conduct. Medicinal plants resides not only with palace herbalists, but also with specialized guilds brass casters, ivory carvers, bark weavers, each contributing to both craft and healing culture. The Bark Weavers Guild, for instance, produces parchment from giant fig bark used to wrap herbal poultices. The ivory carvers inlay wooden herb chests with bone-etched plant diagrams, serving as portable field guides for traveling physicians. Twice a month, the Oba hosts the Symposium of Sips, where herbalists, guild masters, and medical apprentices gather in the garden's pavilion. They exchange new findings such as combining bitter leaf tinctures with turmeric paste for joint pain and debate contested remedies. Brass-bladed demonstration tables display samples. Ivory pallets hold ground powders. Water basins accommodate infusion trials. These gatherings refine drug formulations and reinforce the collaborative relationship between palace science and artisanal expertise. Botanical diplomacy and Trabian local cultivation. The palace garden serves as a hub for botanical diplomacy. Foreign envoys from Portuguese captains bearing cinnamon slips. The House of Traders offering tamarind cuttings present botanical gifts during official audiences. The Oba accepts these specimens, instructing the head gardener to propagate them in the exotic quadrant. In exchange, the palace provides court physicians to tutor foreign diplomats in Edo herbal lore, fostering goodwill and shared medical knowledge. These exchanges also spur economic ventures. When Portuguese cinnamon seedlings flourish, palace merchants package cured bark for export to coastal markets, branding it Benin's spice of kings. Likewise, successful cultivation of Persian coriander leads to seed shipments inland, diversifying revenue streams and strengthening the kingdom's standing in regional trade networks. Challenges of disease and ecological balance of gardens. Bounty does not come without peril, in particularly humid seasons. Fungal outbreaks ravage spinach-like herbs, requiring swift action. Afflicted beds are stripped. Soil fumigated with smoldering camwood, and new compost mixed with charcoal laid to prevent recurrence. Courtiers whisper that past epidemics, like the smallpox outbreak of 1687, began when over-reliance on imported plants weaken local varieties' drought resilience. Courtyard physicians, assisted by eunuchs, monitor provincial disease reports, correlating plant efficacy with outbreak patterns. If malaria surges, they send urgent envoys to replant quinine like cinchona alternatives, though true cinchona remains unknown to Edo science, prompting searches for native antimalarial species. These responses underscore the garden's role as a frontline defense in the kingdom's public health strategy, an unanswered question of cultivation and continuity as midday light filters through the palm canopy. You pause by a rosewood bench beside a plot of newly sprouted galangal. You sense the layers of human endeavor, ancestral formulas inscribed in ivory chests, secret compost blends shared by guilds, ritual anointments binding spirit to soil. Yet questions linger like the scent of crushed leaves. How will new foreign mallet is introduced by coastal traders challenge Edo botanical knowledge and garden design? Can the palace garden's delicate ecological balance in your population pressures? As the kingdom expands, will future obas maintain these living apothecaries, or relegate them in favor of imported medicines and mercantile expediency? With those questions unfurling in your mind, Section 1 of Palace Gardens and Medicinal Herbs draws to a close, inviting you to contemplate the subtle interplay of plant, ritual, and power that sustains the heart of an empire. By the time the midday sun reaches its zenith, the palace garden's rhythms shift from ritual to research, from ceremonial offerings to systematic experimentation. In this section, you will follow the evolution of medicinal horticulture within Benin's royal precincts, how the palace transforms scattered plots into a living laboratory, balancing ancestral tradition with empirical inquiry, and how politics, climate, and foreign exchange shape the garden's botanical repertoire. 1. The establishment of the royal apothecarias. The garden's yield expanded. Obayuka II decreed the creation of a formal royal apothecary within the palace's west wing. This modest compound, 3 adjoining chambers lined with wooden shelves, served as the nexus between harvest and healing. The first chamber, the sorting hall, received fresh herbs, roots, and flowers directly from garden carts. Here, a team of herbalist apprentices measured each batch on brass scales, recording weight, harvest time, and provenance on palm leaf ledgers sealed with the IS's mark. The second chamber, the preparation room, housed stone mortars and pestles, grated shell mortars for balms, and iron kettles for decoctions. Apprentices learned to calibrate heat with crushed coal embers too intense, and volatile oils would evaporate to low, and active compounds remain bound within plant fibers. A seasoned court physician, Eden Azomo, led weekly didactic sessions, teaching young practitioners to observe tincture color changes and record dosage outcomes among palace guards or visiting envoys. The third chamber, the dispensary, featured rows of lidded bamboo containers labeled in Edo script and embossed with ivory inset diagrams. Patients, whether palace attendants with common colds or visiting merchants with stomach ailments, receive precisely dosed formulations, leaf infusions, root poultices, or flower syrups. Eunuchs, acting as dispensary stewards, ensured confidentiality and compliance with the Oba's privacy protocols. Records noted only symptom categories, never patient identities. This institutionalization of medicine marked a turning point. The palace garden was no longer a folk remedy patchwork, but a state-sponsored center of botanical science. Apprenticeship pathways formalized. A gardener could rise to herbalist apprentice. After 5 seasons, an apprentice to junior physician after 3 years of successful dispensary service, and ultimately to master physician, a coveted position carrying salary from palace coffers, and exclusive lodging within the garden's pavilion. to climate challenges and agricultural innovation despite meticulous planning. The garden faced recurrent climate challenges. In the dry season, raised beds cracked, root yield declined, and heat-stressed plants wilted. To counter this, palace engineers carved narrow irrigation channels, garden veins, diverting overflow. From the sacred lagoon, they installed simple water-lifting devices, leather buckets attached to counterweights, operated by apprentices taking turns at dawn. The constant trickle maintained soil moisture, invigorated root beds, and created cooler microclimates beneath arching frangipani canopies. When a prolonged drought struck in 1762, even irrigation proved insufficient. The head herbalist, Iama Aroro, petitioned the Oba to import mulberry saplings from Hausa lands, whose deep roots promised greater water resilience. A delegation returned with young trees whose leaves also proved valuable as poultice wraps. Later, local grafting techniques splicing mulberry on native ebony rootstocks created hybrid trees unique well. Why adapted to Benin soils, exemplifying the garden's inventive spirit. On the flip side, excessive rains during the 1789 flood season flooded lower pathways, uprooting young seedlings and leaching nutrients. In response, palace gardeners raised bed walls and introduced sand layers beneath herb beds to improve drainage. They also experimented with charcoal-amended soil and early form of bichar to retain nutrients and aid aeration. These trial land error adaptations, guided by both ancestral wisdom and empirical observation, illustrate how the palace garden evolved through dynamic environmental stewardship. 3. Political economy of medicinal trade. Within a generation, certain garden products transcended palace confines. Dried neem leaves and galangal powder became coveted in provincial marketplaces. Obayuga I's court saw an opportunity by granting exclusive trading rights to select merchant guilds. The palace could monetize surplus herbs. Guild masters negotiated profit sharing. 1/4 of sales proceeds returned to the royal treasury, funding garden maintenance and new botanical imports. These agreements elevated the status of the court herb guild merchants, granted special sandals to traverse palace grounds and embroidered wrappers denoting their privilege. In return, guild traders provided the palace dispensary with rare foreign imports, Persian saffron, Arabian frankincense, expanding the apothecary's pharmacopoeia. A discreet customs checkpoint within the salt ward processed these botanical imports with reduced duties, negotiated by eunuchs familiar with both herbal value and diplomatic nuance. However, exclusive trade rights bred tension. Independent traders protested guild monopolies, alleging smuggling and price fixing. In 1795, a caravan of unlicensed herb carts from Essen lands was intercepted at the southern gate. Eunuch officials seized illicit, forbidden herbs alleged to include imported opiate poppy pods and imposed fines. The confrontation underscored how medicine, commerce, and regulation intersected. The palace garden's bounty had become an essential revenue stream and a flashpoint for political contention. 4. Ceremonial integration. Healing festivals. Medicine. In Benin extended beyond dispensation into communal ritual. Twice a year, during the dry and rainy transitions, the palace hosted the Healing Festival, a week-long series of public ceremonies in the garden. Priests, herbalists, and chiefs processed through the 4 quadrants, offering feasts of medicinal porridges and administering free treatments to commoners. Brass bells tolled at each quadrant's gateway, signaling opening hours for herb consultations. These festivals served multiple purposes. They reinforced the Oba's role as healing sovereign, displayed the garden's efficacy to subjects, and gathered epidemiological intelligence fields, pre-screened visitors for common ailments. allowing palace physicians to track local disease patterns. Chiefs from distant provinces observed the process, learning garden layout and harvest calendars to replicate localized shrines in their territories. The healing festival also strengthened social bonds. A mother whose child recovered from fever under palace care might present a brass offering at the ancestral altars. A trader whose livelihood improved through patronage might fund new planting beds. Through this blend of spirituality, medicine, and politics, the palace garden transcended its walls to become a focal point of the kingdom's collective. Well, -5. Foreign influence and the introduction of Western medicine be the early 19th century. European missionaries and traders brought new remedies, quinine bark from Portuguese sources, opium tinctures from Dutch traders, which piqued palace curiosity. Obeyuka's successors debated integrating these foreign medicines. In 1822, a British doctor posted at the coastal fort demonstrated quinine's potency against malarial fevers. Palace physicians observing controlled trials among palace guards recorded improved recovery rates. A decision ensued. The garden's dispensary would stock limited quinine shipments, distributing them only for severe fevers. In parallel, eunuch scribes added Latin names alongside Edo script in apothecary registers, facilitating communication with foreign medical personnel. However, this integration proved contentious. Traditionalists argued that imported drugs risked eroding ancestral healing forms. A compromise emerged. Foreign remedies were labeled guest medicines, confined to a special cabinet, and accompanied by court physician commentary on proper use. This cautious adoption demonstrates the palace's innovative spirit, willing to incorporate effective treatments while preserving indigenous knowledge systems. The hybrid apothecary, blending Edo botanicals with exotic imports, became a model for regional courts, influencing medical practices across West Africa. 6. Unresolved roots of knowledge transmission. As twilight descends upon the palace garden, lanterns illuminate the raised beds and whispering leaves. You reflect on how this living laboratory balanced sacred tradition with scientific inquiry, how eunuchs and herbalists navigated political, environmental, and commercial pressures to keep the garden flourishing. Yet questions remain seeds of future debate in an era of expanding foreign influence. Will Edo botanical knowledge survive as a distinct system, or merge irrevocably with imported Western medicine? As palace revenues fluctuate, can the garden's maintenance, its irrigation, pest control, and experimentation remain sustainably funded when Obeyuka's heirs take the throne? Will they prioritize public healing festivals or relegate the garden to a ceremonial backdrop? With these uncertainties growing like hidden shoots beneath the soil, Section 2 draws to a close, leaving you poised to explore how the palace garden weathered the turbulence of the 20th century and found renewal in unexpected ways. Years pass, and the palace garden, once a hushed sanctuary of ritual and civic medicine, faces the upheavals of the 19th and early 20th centuries. In this final chapter, you will witness how the garden navigated dynastic decline, colonial interference, and modern revival, ultimately revealing its resilience and the enduring lessons of botanical wisdom. 1. Tumult of transition. Lake King pressures speed the mid-19th century. Benin's political landscape trembles under external pressures. Coastal forts carve out trade concessions. Missionary clinics introduce Western dispensaries. And internal dissent sows uncertainty. Obo Zenwentu, ruling from 1840 to 1861, bore the brunt of these changes. He dispatched eunuchs and herbalists to bolster the palace garden's prestige, hosting grand healing festivals with expanded scope, inviting foreign doctors to observe Edo remedies and exporting popular herbal tonics to coastal merchants. Yet the garden's traditional quadrants strained under increased demand. Imported plants suffered water shortages. Key root beds lay fallow during fiscal crises. In 1850, Ozemwin to convene a special council within the herbarium chamber. Herbalists, gardeners, guild masters, and eunuchs debated radical reforms. Proposals included centralizing seed stocks under palace supervision, standardizing planting, calendars, and inviting technical knowledge from Sierra Leone's missionary gardens. Though these measures stabilized yields temporarily, they also sparked conservative backlash. Palace priests feared dilution of ancestral rights. Guild masters resented foreign botanical incursions. The tension underscored a perennial dilemma innovation at the risk of tradition. 2. British Protectorate and Garden reorganization followed the 1897 putative expedition. The British installed a protectorate framework over Benin. The palace's autonomy eroded. British officials requisitioned portions of the garden grounds for colonial botanical research stations. In 1903, the Royal Botanical Gardens of Lagos dispatched plant taxonomists to survey bennets, herbal specimens. They cataloged dozens of Edo species, some undocumented in European texts, and introduced systematic classification methods. Colonial administrators restructured the garden into an experimental plot, straightened pathways, numbered beds, and labeled specimens in Latin. Binomials. Traditional ritual zones once defined by shrines and altars gave way to glass-top seed archives and mortar and pestle demonstration areas. While this scientific rigor improved medicinal consistency, it displaced ancestral ceremonies. Palace. Priests protested the reduction of sacred shrines, arguing that severing spiritual ties would weaken the herb's curative potency. The British, unconvinced by such beliefs, pressed ahead, marking a profound cultural rupture. 3. Decline and neglect. Mid-20th century challenges upheavals of the world wars, Nigerian independence, and post-colonial reforms further strained the palace garden. Maintenance budgets dried up. Trained gardeners departed for urban jobs. Imported pests spread unchecked. By the 1950s, many beds lay overgrown. Only a handful of elders remembering proper planting seasons. The royal apothecary, once humming with activity, reduced operations to ceremonial herbs for royal functions. Only died in 1965. A devastating flood washed away northern quadrant planters, and without prompt repairs, exotic imports perished. The colonial era. Seed archives decayed, Latin-labeled jars cracked, and vital specimens went unrecorded. A brief attempt at revitalization in the 1970s led by a progressive OBA, eager to revive traditional medicine, faltered amid political instability and lack of funding. For decades, the palace garden and its ancestral legacy teetered on the brink of oblivion. 4. Grassroots revival. Late 20th century resurgence sign the 1990s. A grassroots movement among local herbalists and cultural preservationists sparked hope. Led by Dr. So Igimaucute, a palace-trained physician turned ethnobotanist, a coalition formed to document oral herb lore. They mapped surviving plantings, interviewed retired gardeners, and recorded festival practices on videotape. Local universities partnered with the palace to secure small grants, training youth in sustainable horticulture and traditional ritual protocols. By 2002, the palace garden saw its first formal revival. Raised beds reconstructed with native red, clay bricks, irrigation channels cleared, and shrine altars restored under joint supervision of priests and botanists. A new generation of apprentices learned both Latin taxonomy and Edo ritual, blurring colonial-era divides. Festivals revived annual planting rites, while the royal apothecary became a teaching clinic for both traditional practitioners and medical students from the University of Benin Da 5. Contemporary integration, heritage, and health tade. The Palace. Garden thrives as a hybrid institution. Guided tours showcase its for quadrants, each labeled with Edo and scientific names, while daily rituals resume at dawn around ancestral altars. The Healing Festival has expanded into a public health expo, blending herbal stalls with biomedical clinics providing vaccinations and nutritional advice. Revenue from heritage tourism funds garden upkeep, and a portion of herb sales supports community health centers in rural Edo. In a modern dispensary pavilion, Dr. Agemau Hughes oversees clinical trials comparing bitter leaf extracts with standard anti-malarial drugs. Preliminary results validate centuries-old formulations, cementing the garden's relevance in global pharmacology. Meanwhile, palace priests ring the brass bells each season to invoke ancestral blessing, reinforcing the spiritual dimension underpinning Edo medicine. Reflections on continuity, adaptation, and power as you stroll beneath mango trees reloaded with galangal and sip a cup of cola leaf tea. Consider how the palace garden's journey mirrors Benin's broader history, a dynamic interplay of tradition, innovation, colonization, neglect, and renewal. Its beds taught gardeners ecological resilience, its altars asserted political legitimacy. Its apothecary bridged culture with science in your own life. You too engage in such cycles, balancing inherited practices with novel insights, weaving spiritual or cultural rituals into modern routines. The palace garden reminds us that heritage, like soil, demands care, adaptation, and communal commitment, even amid upheaval. Seeds of knowledge may lie dormant, waiting for patient hands to cultivate their potential. May this story inspire you to honor traditions, welcome innovation, and recognize that every garden, whether imperial or personal, can bloom again when nourished by both roots and fresh ideas. As the first rains of the year stir the red earth fields outside Benin City, anticipation ripples through villages and palace carters alike. The annual New Yam Festival when Ekpo marks the harvest of the season's yams, the kingdom's most vital staple. For weeks, farmers have tended their mouths, coaxing tender tubers from the soil. Palace gardeners have polished the ceremonial altars, and palace scribes have drafted invitations to provincial chiefs. Today, you stand in the palace's sprawling courtyard as drums beat a measured cadence, signaling the festival's opening. An event as much about communal gratitude and renewal as it is about political affirmation and ancestral tribute. Prelude. In the farmsteads before the festival's public pageantry begins, it commences quietly in outlying settlements. You arrive at a hamlet along the Alushi Road just before dawn, where smoke from hearth fires drifts over neat rows of stock mounts. Farmers move in pairs to unearth sample yams, the largest tubers reserved for the Oba's tribute, the rest destined for local feasts. Each yam is brushed free of earth, laid on palm frond mats, and examined by the village's elder, often retired captain of the Oba's guard, who inspects shape, firmness, and color. Any tuber exhibiting rot or unusual spots is set aside for animal feed, preserving the honor of the harvest once the sample yams pass inspection. Villagers offer cola nuts and palm wine libations to the earth goddess Osanobua, whispered gestures of thanks for fertile soil and favorable rains. The elder swings a small brass bellet's tone resonant and solemn, invoking ancestral approval for the harvest. Women then stir a communal pot of yam porridge, sweetened mildly with honey and peppered gently for flavor. As the sun rises, families gather straw mats beneath the roko trees to share the first serving, exchanging laughter and blessings in a low, reverent hum. Procession to the palace gates be mid-morning. A caravan of yam baskets and porridge bowls moves toward the palace. Mounted couriers, young bannermen, and blue wrappers lead the way, followed by elder chiefs bearing woven stools stacked with yams. Eunuch outriders on horseback clear the route, signaling gates to open, halting obstructive carts and ensuring that no unauthorized travelers mingle with the procession. Along the wide causeway of brass bells, so named for the ceremonial bells, lining its sides, citizens kneel in deference, touching foreheads to the earth as yam baskets pass. The procession pauses at the salt ward's western gateway. Here, the head eunuch greets the first basket, offering a libation of palm wine before allowing attendants to bring the yams inside. A scribe records each delivery, tallying mounds against village quotas and noting exceptional yields. This ceremony underscores the symbiosis of agriculture and governance. The Oba's granaries depend on provincial tribute, and in return, chiefs secure favor and confirmation of their land's fertility. The festival's sacred cry inside the palace walls. Drums transition to a slower, heart-deep rhythm. In the central courtyard, large stone altars stand draped in woven palm mats. These altars, each dedicated to a past Oba, bear inscriptions, acknowledging their reign's harvest achievements. At the largest altar, brass bells hang above beds of fresh kola nuts and diced yam offerings. Palace priests, dressed in crimson wrappers and coral-beaded neckpieces, form a semicircle around the altar's perimeter. The head priest, clutching an ivory ladle, steps forward and pours palm wine onto the first altar's base. He then sprinkles ground kola dust, each grain glistening in the sun, and strikes the bell 5 times, once for each cardinal direction and once for the center. A hush falls. Even the courtyard's birds seem to pause. The priests chant an invocation, mighty, tubers of the earth, bearers of life's sustenance, accept our offerings and bless this land anew. After the bell's final toll, Oba Yucatu emerges on the dais clad in a robe embroidered with yam vine motifs, his coral crown resting above a collar of carved ivory discs. He kneels before the altar, places his hand atop the largest yam known as the king's yam, and sprinkles it with palm wine, murmuring his own words of gratitude. Eunuchs step forward to lift the yam from its mat and present it to the Oba, who raises it high for all to see before setting it aside as the festival's central symbol. The communal feast and social hierarchy with the sacred proceedings complete, the festival shifts to communal celebration. Long wooden tables line the courtyard's perimeter, heaped with steaming bowls of pounded yam pale, sticky, scented faintly of palm oil and roasted elephant grass, and platters of spiced fish and goat meat. Commoners receive modest portions on woven straw bowls, while chiefs and foreign envoys recline on low stools, their plates piled generously. The distinctions who sits where, who serves whom, codifies social hierarchies even as everyone partakes of shared abundance. You notice the procession of server eunuchs carrying pots of yam porridge, each dish ladled precisely, the consistency neither too thin nor too dense. Apprentice scribes tally portions, ensuring equitable distribution and noting any shortages. When a village's tribute fell below quota due to drought or pestilence, their villagers received smaller rations with the caveat of future remittances from palace stores. These practical mechanisms underlie the festival's moral veneer, maintaining social order through ritualized generosity tempered by recorded accountability. Cultural performances and yam core cheap amid the feasting. Cultural performances enliven the courtyard. Masked dancers enact the myth of Ovia, the river goddess whose tears form the Benin River's fertile floodplains, and origin story that links yam fertility to ancestral compassion. Drummers maintain a polyrhythmic pattern, shifting tempo as dancers whirl beneath fluttering palm fronds. At intervals, singers voice songs praising the yam's virtues. Stalwart tubers, hold the sun within your flesh. Grant strength to warriors, wisdom to scholars. Nearby, young people engage in yam courtship games. Unmarried men carry small yams on decorated trays, challenging maidens to name 3 virtues of the tuber: its sweetness, its hardness, its hidden potential. Correct answers and the young men permission to offer yams directly to their chosen partners, symbolizing the promise of sustenance and partnership. Such rituals highlight yams not only as food, but as cultural metaphors for patience, resilience, and communal bonds, closing with ancestral reflection as afternoon wanes. The head priest leads the final rite, a silent bell toll at each altar, followed by a procession of cola leaf torches. Participants soba, chiefs, priests, and commoners walk the circumference of the courtyard in single file, placing sprigs of cola into offering baskets stationed at each shrine. No words are spoken. The flickering torches cast long shadows, and the smell of cola and incense mingles with the earthy aroma of yams. This twilight procession symbolizes ancestral vigilance. The past watches over the harvest, and its people, guiding cycles of growth and renewal. When the last torch's flame dies, the courtyard returns to gentle darkness, the memory of drums and laughter echoing in the night. An unresolved harvest of power as you depart through the palace's side gate. A final question lingers in your mind. Beneath the festival's joyous veneer, the annual New Yam Festival affirms political compacts, social hierarchies, and ritual authority. Yet as climate shifts and external influences grow, future harvests may falter or demand new rites. Will the festival's ancient formulas adapt to changing seasons? Or will ancestral mandates bind the kingdom to traditions increasingly at odds with reality? With that thought, Section 1 comes to a close, leaving you eager to explore how the New Yam Festival evolves through crisis, innovation, and the passage of time. The first light of dawn finds the palace courtyard still heavy with the memory of the previous day's festivities. Now, as the drums of the New Yam Festival rest, a different kind of work begins, the careful consolidation of ritual, politics, and logistics that transform a single day of pageantry into a season-long affirmation of royal authority. In this section, you will follow how the festival ceremonies extend across weeks through drought ward ceremonies, tribute renegotiations, and diplomatic overtures revealing the delicate choreography that sustains Benin's harvest rituals. In an ever-shifting world. 1. Drought ward rites and rainification ceremonies event as the final torches fade. Palace advisors monitor sky and soil, wary of erratic rains that can threaten the next planting. Within 2 days of the festival, Obeyuka convenes the Rainification Council in the Garden of Sacred Waters, a walled enclosure, centered on a stone basin fed by subterranean springs. Here, palace priests and meteor herbalists brew a yam, rain potion from powdered snakeroot, wild basil, and cola bark, believed to summon timely showers when poured into the sacred pool. On a misty morning, a low-voiced chant fills the Garden of Sacred Waters. Obeyuka, clad in pale ochre robes, dips his ivory ladle into the basin and sprinkles droplets onto the surrounding foliage. As he circles the pool thrice each lap, marked by a brass bell, toll gardeners release small clay statuettes of yam, tubers carved by the ivory guild. These statuettes bob on the water's surface, symbolically planting seeds in a ritual field. A final incantation intoned in unison by priests and eunuchs invokes Osanobua's mercy. From drought script, release our land. Let rain's blessing renew our yam. Local weather patterns rarely respond overnight, but within days, westerly clouds gather an outcome attributed to the ritual's efficacy. Even if rains fall naturally, the ceremony reinforces the Oba's role as mediator between human toil and divine favor, justifying annual drought ward rites embedded within the broader festival cycle. 2. Tribute renegotiations in the wake of the harvest following the lull after the festival. Provincial chiefs arrive at court to settle tribute accounts. Initial quotas established months earlier at the start of the planting season require adjustment. Based on actual yields and local circumstances, chiefs from flood-prone river valleys, whose recent inundations devastated yam mounds, petition for reduced levies. Hill district chiefs with bumper crops volunteer surplus tribute for palace granaries and military stores. Seated beneath the gallery of bronze plaques each depicting past obas presiding over harvest soba. Uika too hears petitions in order of seniority. He listens as Chief Aru of the Niger Delta describes submerged fields, presenting remnants of spoiled yams as proof. Then, Chief Afoma of the uplands produces oversized tubers, requesting permission to sell surplus on coastal markets at reduced duties, stimulating palace revenue through trade fees rather than grain levies. Unico Samudiman records these adjustments on palm leaf scrolls sealed with ivory stamps. Reg oversees final approvals, ensuring that revised tribute aligns with palace needs and provincial stability. These negotiations, conducted under the festival's auspices, bind chiefs to the Oba's authority, granting flexibility where hardship demands it, and rewarding surplus as a gesture of fealty. 3. Diplomatic shares and foreign envoy gift 7 as Edo chiefs settle tribute. Foreign envoys Portuguese, Itsekiri, and oil traders await their turn at the palace gates. Recognizing the festival's symbolic power, envoys bring diplomatic yams, specimens chosen for size, shape, and ceremonial gloss. A Portuguese captain arrives with a crate of uniformly white yams, polished with rice water to mimic palace sheen. An Itsekiri emissary offers small yam baskets interwoven with palm fronds and artisanal flourish, signaling coastal delta collaboration. In the throne chamber, Oba Yukado accepts these gifts before his coral crown, nodding to each envoy, and issuing sealed letters of reciprocity, permission to import ivory, or export palm oil under festival year quotas. Eunuchs orchestrate the exchange. One senior eunuch distributes envoys yams to palace stores. Another presents palace yams for envoys to carry home, and a third manages translators, ensuring mutual understanding. Through these diplomatic yam shares, the festival extends Edo influence, weaving foreign partners into the kingdom's agrarian and political web. For festival debrief, Council of the White Pavilion weeks after the last torch toll. The final festival ritual occurs in the White Pavilion, where senior eunuchs and palace scribes convene a debrief. Scrolls compiled with weight records, rainfall, logs, and tribute revisions lie on a low table. Oba Uikata presides, reviewing key outcomes, improved rain patterns after drought rites. Tribute balance is adjusted for fairness, strengthened trade ties with foreign envoys, and the social cohesion fostered by public festivities. Reg highlights challenges, misaligned coordination into northern shrines, where bell synchrony faltered, leading to missed drought ward rites, sporadic record-keeping by junior scribes, resulting in tribute discrepancies, and foreign envoys yam gifts, though generous, arrived later than stipulated. Straining diplomatic calendars, the Oba issues directives, stricter shrine reporting schedules, scribe training workshops, and an obsequious festival timetable shared with envoys in advance. This analytical debrief underscores how the festival's success depends not only on ritual splendor, but on disciplined administration and hierarchical accountability, a fusion of celebration and statecraft codified through careful review. 5. Institutionalizing the yam calendar during the months following the festival. Palace scribes compile an annual yam almanac, a leather-bound manual documenting rainfall dates, planning windows, festival schedules, and political outcomes tied to harvest actions. Each year's almanac contains prognostications, recommended, planting dates based on lunar phases, drought ward rituals aligned with rainfall patterns, and proposed adjustments for forthcoming tribute cycles. This almanac circulates among provincial chiefs and guild masters, a coveted document guiding agricultural and civic planning. In effect, the festival extends its reach beyond a single season, shaping policy across years. The almanac's existence cements the annual New Year festival as an institutional linchpin in its rituals and negotiations, fueling a continuous cycle of governance. 6. An unresolved future of agrarian ritual. As the almanac closes, you reflect on how the festival's practices, from drought invocations to diplomatic shares, wove ritual, economics, and politics into an integrated system. Yet the almanac's predictions, however precise, cannot foretell all challenges, shifting climate patterns beyond recorded memory, disruptive new crops introduced by foreign traders, or internal dissent challenging the Oba's moral mandate. Will the annual New Year festival maintain its central role as Benin's agrarian anchor, or evolve, perhaps blending new ceremonial elements, adjusting ritual calendars, or delegating more authority to provincial shrines, as new generations interpret the almanac's advice and as envoys bring fresh varieties? The festival's future remains as open as the fertile fields it celebrates. You stand before the Oba's private regalia workshop, a quiet chamber hidden behind the palace's grand bronze gates. Inside, the air hums with the soft scrape of files on metal and the whispered heat of charcoal braziers. Here, the Oba's crown, scepters, coral collars, and ivory tusk, symbols of ancestral power and royal authority, receive constant care. Though outwardly static, these objects demand meticulous maintenance for every public display. A hidden team of specialists ensures that each bead, each metal link, and each carved ridge shines with ancestral legitimacy. The origin and importance of royal regalia. From the earliest days of the Edo kingdom, royal regalia have embodied the Oba's link to ancestors and deities. The coral beads harvested from the Gulf of Guinea symbolize blood and unity. Ivory tusks, once abundant in regional forests, signify strength and continuity. Brass bells inscribed with ancestral names evoke spiritual guardianship, and wooden scepters carved with boundary scenes recall dutiful rulership. Each item passes from one reign to the next, accumulating layers of history, repair, and ritual consecration. The Oba's crown, for instance, comprises thousands of small red coral beads woven into complex patterns. During coronation, priests anoint it with cola-infused oil in daily greetings. Courtiers touch its edge as a gesture of homage. Yet between ceremonies, the crown rests in the regalia workshop's secure chest, its beads prone to cracking, warping, or discoloration. Absent vigilant care, the crown's symbolic power and the public's faith in its ancestral weight would quickly diminish. The Guild of Brass and Coral Specialists, maintenance of the regalia, falls to a hybrid guild, the Brass and Coral Specialists, a group formed in the 17th century under Oba Ehimbuda's patronage. Membership requires lineage-proof artisan descent and a vow of celibacy, binding each specialist to lifelong service. Within the regalia workshop, they wear distinct lavender wrappers, their hands marked by decades of polishing oils and coral dust. The workshop divides into two chambers, the coral chamber and the metal chamber. In the coral chamber, led by Master Arbor, specialists inspect beads under oil lamps, searching for hairline fractures. They use tiny bronze drills to remove broken fragments, then splice in replacement beads sourced from coral merchants. Each splice requires drilling into adjacent beads, threading replacement coral with silk fiber, and sealing connections with beeswax mixed with palm oil, a compound that matches the original sheen and prevents moisture ingress. Daily rituals of inspection and cleaning every morning at first light. Arbor convenes his team around a polished ebony table. The ova's crown, scepter headpieces, and ivory combs checked out the previous evening for palace events return in padded chests. Specialists unwrap each piece and perform the 7-point inspection. Structural integrity, check for loose joints or missing beads. Surface sheen, wipe lightly with beeswax polish. Color consistency, compare bead hues against a reference panel. Metal fatigue, inspect brass chains and fittings for cracks. Ivory condition, no hairline fissures or staining. Thread tension, test silk cords for fraying under light tension. Security seals, verify ivory inset seals bear correct ancestral inscriptions. Failures at any point trigger immediate repair. A cracked bead leads to careful removal and replacement. A dull metal joint prompts rail lacquering and polishing. A frayed thread demands reknotting with fresh fiber. Only after passing all checks does each regalia piece return to its velvet-lined chest. Ready for the next public unveiling. Specialized tools and techniques. Asterisk coral work employs miniature drills and silk-wrapped tweezers. Brass restoration uses acid baths and fine files. Ivory repair requires gentle humidification to realign cracked slabs. In the metal chamber, led by Master Eubene, specialists fashion temporary molds from beeswax to recast missing brass filigree. They melt surplus brass recovered from decommissioned plaques over charcoal furnaces. Pour molten metal into molds and carve new pieces by hand to match originals for ivory. The guild uses a technique known as slow soak. A cracked, tusk segment is enclosed in a wooden frame and gently misted with warm palm wine vapor for hours, allowing collagen fibers to swell and close micro fissures. Then, artisans inject the bone dust and palm gum adhesive into the crack, clamp the tusk, and allow it to cure under a blanket of warm ashes, ensuring invisibility of the repair. Ceremonial reconsecration wrappers alone cannot restore spiritual potency after physical maintenance. Regalia undergo rite of renewal in the adjacent shrine chamber. Here, priests and eunuchs anoint each piece with sacred palm wine, chant the anthem of continuity, and suspend coral collars above amber-lit braziers to cleanse lingering spiritual impurities. The process re-sanctifies regalia, reaffirming their bond with ancestors before returning them to active service. In the Oba's presence, a final ritual unfolds. He dons the crown, holds the scepter, and all present touch the regalia in a gesture of communal renewal. This ceremony closes the maintenance cycle, guaranteeing that visible symbols once repaired by hidden hands glow with both material brilliance and ancestral sanction. The politics of restoration control of regalia maintenance confers political influence. Arbor and Eubene's guild provides indispensable services, granting them privileged access to the Oba and inner sanctum. Rival guilds such as ivory carvers and bead weavers vie for a share of material, supplies, lobbying eunuchs to allocate prized coral batches. In 1720, a dispute over coral stocks escalated to the salt wards reeds. Guild leaders secretly funded salt smugglers to leverage higher cowrie allocations. The resulting palace inquiry affirmed the guild's dominance, underscoring how regalia maintenance marries craft expertise with courtly power plays. An unresolved tension of preservation as you step back from the shimmering tables. Consider the precarious balance between preservation and transformation. Each repair stitches together past and present. Each ritual reawakens ancestral blessings. Yet as materials age, coral diminishing, ivory scarce, metals tarnishing, regalia maintenance becomes an ever greater challenge, while future generations innovate with modern materials or lapse into costly negligence. Might synthetic substitutes jeopardize ancestral authenticity? With these questions echoing like distant bronze bells, Section 1 of the Art of Royal Regalia Maintenance concludes, inviting you to ponder how the kingdom's outward splendor depends upon the unseen artistry of those who care for its symbols. A power dot in the days following the rite of renewal, the regalia workshop settles into a new rhythm, one that extends far beyond daily inspections. The brass and choral specialists, alongside palace priests and eunuchs, now engage in deeper undertakings, sourcing rare materials, training successors, navigating political rivalries, and adapting to shifting foreign influences. In this section, you will trace how the seemingly innocuous task of upkeep became a crucible of palace power, craft innovation, and cultural diplomacy. 1. Sourcing prized materials, coral, ivory, and brass. Maintaining the Oba's regalia demands a steady stream of fresh materials, but coral reefs are distant, elephant herds diminish, and brass supplies fluctuate with trade winds. In the 17th century, the Oba's court maintained agents. In coastal ports, victualers tasked with procuring coral branches from the Gulf of Guinea. These agents paid local divers in cowrie currency and arranged maritime passage on its sekiri canoes. But as European forts encroached, competition for coral grew fiercer. Portuguese factors paid premium rates. Swedish traders offered metal goods. In exchange, an illicit network smuggled coral into rival kingdoms within the palace. Unico Samudiaman oversaw the coral procurement ledger. He balanced shipments against workshop demand, recording each batch's weight and hue quality. Only the deepest vermilion pieces earned the Oba's approval. Pale or brittle fragments fed secondary projects, amulets for palace ladies, or decorative inlays for lesser shrines. Ivory posed its own challenges. As forests yielded fewer tusks, palace envoys journeyed upriver to Benin's hinterlands, negotiating. With war chiefs for carefully harvested tusks, chiefs required lavish gifts, horses, cloth, guns in return, placing the palace in delicate political balance. Too generous, and the Oba's treasury shrank to stingy, and chiefs withheld tribute or withdrew cavalry support. Brass, meanwhile, arrived via trans-Saharan caravans or coastal imports. The palace smithy recycled old bells and defunct plaques, melting them down to cast new fittings. Yet brass purity varied. Some shipments bore high copper content, others contained excessive zinc. Producing brittle alloys, Master Ubin developed a quick field test. Melt a small sample in a charcoal crucible and observe the metal's flow and color. Eunuchs entrusted him with brass stockpiles, ensuring that only the most resilient alloys became structural supports for scepters and bell. Frames, too, training the next generation. Apprenticeship and secrecy guild membership remained tightly controlled. Each brass and coral specialist took on only 2 apprentices chosen for artisan lineage and proven discretion. Apprentices began with menial tasks, polishing trays, sweeping workshop floors, and fetching beeswax. Only after years of apprenticeship did they handle crowning beads or recast tiny bell rings within the coral chamber. Master Arbor instructed trainees in micro-drilling techniques, using a bamboo-handled drill bit tipped with iron filings. Apprentices learned to bore holes mere millimeters across, skills requiring steady hands and acute visual focus under dim lamplight. Arbor drilled over his apprentice's shoulder, murmuring, "Coral splits at your slightest tremor. Hold still, breathe slow, and listen to its grain." In the metal chamber, Master Ubin's protégés first learned to fashion basic brass ingot molds patterned after ceremonial plaque shapes before progressing to intricate filigree work. At night, they practiced drawing thin brass wires by hammering sheets over an anvil, then twisting them into ornamental loops. Their workbench walls bore sketches of ancestral motifs, serpents, leopards, and boundary engravings, visual lexicons they would later carve onto new fittings, key to both. Chambers with secrecy. Guild masters swore oaths fronted by coral bead collars and brass bell tolls, not to reveal techniques outside palace service, a breach meant expulsion, loss of subsistence, and social stigma. Eunuchs enforced these pacts. They inspected apprentices, notebooks, palm leaf sketches, and recipe lists ensuring no unsanctioned copies circulated. In this way, the regalia workshop remained the kingdom's exclusive source of authentic royal symbols. 3. Political rivalries and material patronage. Irregular maintenance was not merely craft. It was also a venue for palace politics and patronage. Eunuchs cultivated alliances with guild factions, offering prized coral in return for loyalty. Auber's house, for example, supported Urega's candidacy to become the next head eunuch. In clandestine evenings, Auber lent Ureg rare ebony inlays to display in private audiences, strengthening his courtly image. In return, Ureg directed larger coral allocations to Auber's workshop. Conversely, rival guild masters like Onabin's ivory carving faction sought to undermine Auber and Ubin. They petitioned the Ayahs for separate maintenance budgets, arguing that ivory and coral repair required distinct precincts. The Ayahs, wary of factional strife, convened a guild arbitration. Each side presented logs of repair work, visitor testimonials, and misuse complaints. Ultimately, the Ayahs consolidated budgets under eunuch oversight, dampening guild infighting, but cementing eunuch authority over material distribution beyond palace walls. Provincial chiefs attempted to influence regalia maintenance. Chiefs from Udo, boasting exceptional ivory tusks, offered to carve replacement scepter grips themselves, seeking recognition and prestige. The palace, uneasy about outsourcing to non-guild artisans, declined, but to mollify chiefs, Obeyuika, to commission the chief's bell, a smaller, locally cast brass bell bearing the Udo emblem, placed temporarily in the ancestral courtyard. Chiefs delighted in seeing their emblem rung nightly, reinforcing their partial ownership of the kingdom's spiritual machinery. For foreign influence and adaptation of technique was seen in the 19th century. European travelers recorded their fascination with the Oba's regalia, especially its intricate coral beadwork. One British army surgeon posted in Lagos sent Auber Leeds drills crucibles of high-speed steel, claiming they would expedite coral drilling. Auber tested them on spare beads. The drills spun faster, cleaned holes more smoothly, but wore the beads to thin, risking fracture. Auber's compromise: he used steel bits tempered to lower RPM, melding foreign precision with Edo caution dot in the metal chamber. Ubin encountered Western coppersmiths' tin-based alloys bronzes with a different sheen and hardiness. He experimented by adding small tin percentages to palace brass, creating a hybrid alloy that resisted corrosion better but required new polishing compounds. This alloy featured in a special set of boundary plaques delivered in 1835, inscribed with Oba Kenzwa II's territorial grants. The hybrid alloy's success prompted palace decree. Foreign tools and alloys could be trialed, but not adopted. Wholesale palace sovereignty demanded selective integration. These adaptations sparked debates at the Symposium of Sips. Should palace regalia evolve with foreign inputs or remain purely Edo creations? Guild masters and eunuchs argued over pragmatism versus purity. Obeyuika II, balancing unity and identity, issued a policy: let tools cross borders, but let regalia shapes remain Edo's. This allowed continued innovation while preserving regalia's cultural core. 5. Crisis: the Great Regalia Fire of 1858 and 1858. A catastrophic fire broke out in the regalia workshop. An ember from a charcoal brazier igniting spilled beeswax. Flames licked the coral chamber's rafters, consuming dozens of backup crowns prepared for provincial ceremonies. Ivory combs warped, brass fittings melted, archival repair logs incinerated. Specialists fought back with water buckets, but smoke and heat forced an evacuation. In the disaster's aftermath, Oba Ozem went to convene an emergency council. He tasked Arbor and Ubin with full restoration, granting them exceptional powers, unlimited copper, ivory, and coral requisitions from palace reserves. Eunuchs secured military guards to protect shipments returning to the workshop over months. The regalia team labored day and night, recasting bells, rethreading crown beads, and painstakingly reconstructing lost pieces by memory and the remaining damaged components. The crisis underscored regalia's vulnerability and the specialist's indispensability. Arbor and Ubin emerged from the fire's trial with their reputations enhanced. The Oba praised their dedication in palace chronicles, and eunuchs awarded them new wrappers bearing phoenix motif symbols of rebirth. Yet the fire also prompted new safety protocols. Workshops relocated slightly further from the palace kitchens. Brazier use restricted to designated hearth rooms, and installation of iron shutters to contain any future flare dash-ups DOS-6 unresolved. Future of regalia craft as dust settles over the palace workshop. Lantern light flickers on newly polished crowns and freshly cast scepters. The brass and coral specialists, their hands still warm from beeswax and metal, prepare to seal the repaired regalia once more in their velvet-lined chests. Yet the challenges ahead loom large: material scarcity, with coral reefs and elephant herds dwindling, while synthetic substitutes ever replace natural coral or ivory without compromising ancestral legitimacy. Technological change, as foreign alloys and power tools become more accessible. How will guild masters balance efficiency with adherence to ritual standards? Political dynamics. Will eunuch oversight continue to temper guild rivalries, or might future Obas wrest control of regalia maintenance to assert personal authority? Cultural continuity in an era of accelerated change. Can the secrets of micro-drilling and slow-soak humidification survive beyond this generation of artisans? These questions hang in the still air, as resonant as the brass bells that open the section. For in the art of royal regalia maintenance, preservation is itself a form of creation, and the work of unseen hands echoes in every public display of royal splendor. You approach the edge of Benin City's famed bronze quarter and enclave of narrow lanes, lined with low clay workshops, open forges, and the steady clang of hammers on metal. For centuries, these workshops hung with creation. Master casters shaped lost wax molds into plaques, staffs and statuettes that record royal deeds and ancestral lore. Yet by the late 18th century, subtle tremors begin to ripple through this world of molten metal, shifts in trade, resource scarcity, and changing core priorities threaten to silence the furnaces that once lit Benin's artistic and political heartbeat. The golden age of Edo. Bronze of bronze casting of Benin reaches its pinnacle under Oba Ezegi 1504 to 1550. Whose imperial patronage and coastal trade links flood the workshops with copper, ivory, and refined beeswax. Guild masters descended from lineages of ritual smiths work in family compounds, where each generation learns the lost wax method from youth. They fashion intricate molds, leopards frozen mid-pounds, eagles with wings outstretched, Oba coronation, scenes and diplomatic audiences with Portuguese merchants. These bronze objects, both decorative and ceremonial, affirm Benin's power to neighbors and foreign powers alike. Each caster's compound contains 3 courtyards: the wax court, where beeswax models are shaped, the clay court, where models are encased in refractory earth, and the fire court, where kilns transform mold and metal into finished bronze. Apprentices spend years mastering temperature control to cool, and the metal seizes to hot, and molds collapse. Guild masters guard their secrets zealously, passing patterns and alloy recipes only two sons and nephews, a single master, like Ogiamian of the Eagle's Nest Workshop, commands the respect of both Oba and commoner. His plaques adorning palace walls and foreign ports alike. First signs of strain, resource scarcity be the 1690s. Copper imports once abundant via coastal middlemen begin to wane. Portuguese factors divert shipments to burgeoning Brazilian mines. Local traders must pay higher cowrie rates. To secure smaller quantities, the workshops feel the pinch. Caster. UB notes that a standard plaque once needing 30 pounds of copper now requires substitutions of inferior brass salvaged from old bell frames. Guild records tally copper tonnage's slow decline. 1,650, 120 tons, year 1700, 85 tons, year 1750, 50 tons, year this tightening supply forces casters to ration metal, prioritize royal commissions, and recycle scraps from existing artworks. Within the clay court, apprentices sift through aged shards of broken vessels and decommissioned regalia. For every last fragment of bronze, workshops introduce new alloy blends mixing copper with higher zinc or lead to stretch limited resources. But these alloys lack the warm hue and tensile strength of pure copper, and completed works bear subtle signs of brittleness. Shifting court priorities and reduced patronage to resource constraints. Oba Ozenwin to 1760 to 1780 faces mounting challenges at the kingdom's borders. Rival polities demand military investment. Coastal forts require fortifications. Palace treasuries divert funds away from elaborate bronze commissions toward armaments and infrastructure. Royal decree archives note that Oba's annual bronze patronage budget shrinks by nearly 40% over the decades. 1770 to 1780 bronze commissions, coronation plaques from 12 to 7, palace door panels from facets to 2, court regalia inlays from 30 to 18. With fewer royal orders, workshops scramble to find alternative markets. Some guilds pivot to commercial plaques for provincial chiefs, others experiment with smaller, portable statuettes aimed at coastal merchants. Yet these side ventures often undermine the guild's exclusivity and erode traditional hierarchies. Apprentices rise outside lineage protocols, causing friction among established masters. Encroachment of foreign trade and cultural interests known as European influence deepens. In the Bida Benin, foreign traders begin to commission local bronzes for export smaller. Plaques bearing hybrid iconography, Edo motifs interlaced with European heraldry, or Christian symbols. These pieces sell well abroad, fetching premium prices among collectors. However, they carry subtle costs, artistic dilution, guild masters decry mismatched styles. That blurs sacred ancestral scenes with foreign emblems, labor diversion. Skilled artisans shift focus from palace commissions to foreign orders, chasing better pay, but risking ritual imperatives, quality control, faster, lower temperature casting techniques borrowed from European smithy speed throughput, but yield, porous, less durable works dot at the harbor. A Portuguese captain proudly displays a Benin eagle plaque bearing his family crest, unaware that its alloy fractures under minor stress. Back in the workshops, traditionalists like Onabin decry such commissions as sacrilegious profane uses of ancestral molds, while pragmatists argue that foreign patronage sustains livelihoods. Amid dwindling royal funds, emerging social and religious Tension-shade-changing workshop dynamics resonate beyond artisans. Court priests guardians of ritual purity note that diluted bronze offerings tarnish more quickly, challenging their spiritual efficacy. Shrine caretakers record that bells and plaques at ancestral altars blacken within months, requiring more frequent cleaning and repairs. These practical burdens strain already stretched palace resources and spark debates. Should ancestral worship adapt to new materials, or insist only on pure copper standards, even if it means fewer offerings? Provincial chiefs observe these debates and grow uneasy. In some provinces, chiefs commission their own local ateliers to produce lesser quality bronzes. For community rituals, a challenge to the palace's monopoly with such provincial bronzes. Appear in festivals. Palace eunuchs impose fines for unauthorized craftsmanship. These crackdowns deepen resentment, prompting some chiefs to withhold their bronze tributes entirely, further starving palace workshops of scraps and seals. Apprenticeship erosion and knowledge losses pressures mount the regalia workshops face. A crisis in human capital. Prospective apprentices, once eager for the prestige and eventual stable palace positions, now seek coastal trades or clerical posts. Enrollment records from 1780 show a 30% decline in new apprenticeship entries compared to mid-century levels. Without fresh apprentices, aging masters like Arbor face impossible workloads. They must both cast and train, stretching retirements into twilight years of drudge work. Workshops adapt by abbreviating training instead of a 6-year apprenticeship. New entrants learn basic casting in 3 seasons. Masters delegate complex tasks like alloy formulation and mold carving to a shrinking inner circle. Distinctive ancestral patterns, once perfected over decades, now risk simplification to accommodate truncated skill sets. In effect, the workshops teeter on the brink. Traditional knowledge wanes as condensed training accelerates. Motif standardization and stifles innovation. An uncertain path forward as dusk settles on the bronze quarter. You glimpse molten furnaces, burning low, hammers resting on anvils, and guild doors closing earlier each night. The kingdom's artisanal heartbeat, so long sustained by royal coffers and abundant resources, now falters amid fiscal strain, resource scarcity, and cultural crosswinds. The great bronze workshops pillars of Benin's political and spiritual identity must decide, innovate further to survive, return to ancestral purity at the risk of extinction, or seek new patrons beyond palace walls at the cost of ritual integrity. Which path will they choose? Will future Obas rekindle royal patronage to restore the workshop's former glory? Can guild masters forge new alliances that preserve both artistic excellence and ancestral meaning? Or will external pressures, economic, political, and cultural, carve a permanent fissure in Benin's bronze legacy? With these questions unresolved, Section ends preparing you for the final act, where the workshop's fate unfolds amid the kingdom's convulsions and the dawn of a new age. The dawn of the 19th century brings sweeping change to Benin's bronze quarter. Foreign influence intensifies, internal politics shift, and the once steady hum of workshops gives way to uneasy silence. In this final section, you will witness how the bronze workshops confront existential crisis through adaptation, innovation, and ultimately reinvention, and how their resilience shapes the kingdom's cultural continuity. 1. A royal mandate for revival in 1803, Oba Ozenwentu, alarmed by reports of faltering workshops and vanishing apprentices, issues the mandate of the Lost Wax Restoration, proclaimed from the Great Hall before chiefs and foreign envoys. The mandate comprises 3 directives: renewed patronage. The palace treasury allocates a fixed annual allotment of 100 tons of copper exclusively for royal commissions, artisan, incentives, Guild masters receive land grants in Otolo village tax-free plots yielding palm wine, and cassava conditional upon training to apprentices per master each year. Quality edict. All palace-required bronzes must meet a new standard of alloy purity no more than 10% zinc and carry a palace seal to guarantee authenticity. Within weeks, palace eunuchs deliver copper ingots to workshop storehouses. Chiefs scramble to adjust tax remittances to fund land grants, while guild leaders revive lineage rolls to recruit apprentices. The renewed patronage breathes life back into the quarter. Forges glow brighter. Casters resume large-scale plaque projects, and the air fills again with the ring of hammer on anvil. To the apprenticeship renaissance and guild reforms with the Oba's land grants. Guild masters entice young men, and for the first time, select young women into apprenticeship. Arbor, now in his 70s, welcomes his first female apprentice, Amma, whose deft fingers and steady resolve echo the finest casters of bygone eras. Guild statutes, revised under palace decree, mandate equal training opportunities for all. Qualified candidates, a subtle but profound social shift. Master Ubin establishes a foundry school adjacent to his workshop, where apprentices learn physics of metal flow and chemistry of alloys alongside ritual protocols. Lectures conducted in both Edo and Pidgin Portuguese cover topics like casting temperature curves, wax formulation techniques, and alloy combustion charts. A simple slide rule imported from European missionaries and adapted by Ubin helps. Trainees calculate metal expansion rates and mold shrinkage, blending foreign precision with traditional intuition. As a result, by 1820, the quarter boasts a robust pipeline of skilled artisans. Over 40 apprentices graduate annually, and average workshop output doubles. The mandate's land grants prove self-sustaining. Orchards of cassava and palm groves on Otolo village plots yield enough tribute to offset maintenance costs, making the revival economically viable. 3. Hybrid innovations and the era of cross-cultural. Synthesist revived workshops, flush with resources and talent, embrace selective innovation. Guided by guild councils and palace overseers, artisans experiment with hybrid techniques, two-stage casting, borrowed from coastal smithies. Artisans pour a preliminary melt core into thick plaques, then perform a second pour of purer copper to refine surface detail, reducing raw material usage without sacrificing quality. Coral inlaid filigree, inspired by Portuguese filigree styles. Arbor's chamber pioneers inlaying tiny coral beads into raised bronze reliefs, creating dynamic textures that glitter under palace lights. Ivory composite handles, collaborating with ivory carvers. Ubin crafts scepter grips combining ivory laminates and bronze bindings, offering ergonomic, decorative improvements beloved by Oba and court officials alike. These hybrid pieces, neither purely Edo nor wholly foreign, become emblematic of a new artistic era. Visitors to the palace marvel at coronation plaques depicting ancestral lore in traditional form, yet embellished with delicate coral spirals or sleek, Western-inspired metalwork. In blending techniques, the quarter asserts both adaptability and cultural confidence. For the Great Exhibition of 1835 to showcase the workshop's revival. Oba Kenswada organizes the Great Exhibition of Bean and Bronzes in 1835. Chiefs, foreign envoys, and provincial delegations convene in the palace courtyard, where 150 masterworks are displayed on raised platforms, ancestral genealogy plaques, newly cast, highlighting reinvigorated lost wax fidelity. Ceremonial scepters, rendered with two-stage casting, their surfaces gleaming under polished brass bells. Hybrid masks, bronze masks inlaid with ivory and coral beads, celebrating Edo cosmology with cross-cultural flair. Foreign traders commission replicas, Dutch and British envoys negotiate bulk orders of small statuettes for European markets. News of the exhibition travels across the Gulf, restoring Benin's reputation as the preeminent bronze center in West Africa. 5. Sustained challenges and the turn toward modernity despite the revivals. Triumphs, challenges persist. By mid-century, European industrial bronzeworks producing stamped plaques and mass-made ornaments undercut artisanal prices. Coastal merchants offer factory-produced decorative items for lower calorie rates, appealing to emerging middle-class tastes. Guild masters respond by emphasizing regalia's spiritual and ceremonial value. Only palace-sanctioned bronzes carry the sacred seals and bear the Oba's blessings commodities that factories cannot replicate. Meanwhile, political upheavals, the 1897 putative expedition, and the imposition of colonial rule again threaten autonomy. However, by then the quarter's renewed vitality and entrenched land-grant economy provide resilience. Colonial administrators, impressed by the revived workshop's productivity, commission artisanal bronzes for academic and museum purposes, inadvertently preserving guild relevance and documentation. 6 reflections on craft, identity, and continuities. The sun sets on the bronze quarter today. You stand amid forges still glowing, apprentices hammering rhythmic patterns, and guild masters sketching new hybrid designs. The workshop's journey from decline and near extinction to revival. And modern adaptation reveals how cultural heritage can endure through thoughtful reform and selective innovation. The Bronze Quarter story offers broader lessons. Adaptation. Anchored in tradition, renewal succeeded not by abandoning ancestral methods, but by reinforcing core protocols, apprenticeship, ritual oversight, and quality standards while welcoming beneficial innovations. Institutional support, royal mandates, and economic incentives prove crucial. Craft traditions require sustained patronage to navigate external disruptions. Cultural diplomacy, strategic cross-cultural exchanges, selective incorporation of foreign tools, and techniques enhanced artisanal prowess without eroding cultural identity. In your own sphere, you may face traditions challenged by change. Benin's bronze workshops teach that resilience lies in blending respect for roots with openness to new methods, supported by institutions committed to both heritage and progress. May their story inspire you to steward your own traditions, whether ancestral rituals, professional crafts, or communal practices, with the same balance of fidelity and innovation. As dawn's pale light spreads across the Niger's braided channels, you find yourself at the edge of Benin's western frontier, where caravans of camels and canoes carry life's most precious seasoning, salt. Unlike the white crystals we scatter on our meals today, this mineral was once the linchpin of survival, trade, and royal authority for centuries. Edelin's wealth and stability hinged on the management of salt routes, overland tracks to northern salt pans, and riverine passages to coastal saltworks. Behind the apparent simplicity of taxing white lumps lay a complex system of tribute, bureaucracy, and politics that filled the Oba's treasury and bound provincial chiefs to the crown. The geography of salt and its routes in Benin mythology. Salt appears not as a natural deposit, but as tears shed by the god Olokin, mourning each ruler's death. Yet in practical terms, salt trade arteries crisscross the kingdom, from the northern salt pans of Tagaza carved in the sands of the salt came down in caravans of camels, guided by Hausa traders. Closer to home, the sacred brine lakes at Otuo yielded coarse white crystals tapped by Isekiri canoes. Along the Benin River, these routes formed a web. Northern caravans met riverine traders at hubs like Udo and Uten, where goods exchanged, hands under palace supervision. Caravans typically departed in the dry season, November through February, when Sahelian winds made desert crossings less deadly. A single camel pack carried roughly 150 kilograms of salt cakes bound in palm fiber sacks. Guides navigated by Star Pattern's Cassiopeia's W-shaped constellation, marking the northern trajectory, and by known water stations at intervals of the March days. Riverine traders, meanwhile, paddled canoes upriver during the wet season, when swollen waters eased passage, bringing salt southward to meet market demand in villages where yams, palm oil, and rubber awaited shipment north. Tribute, taxes, and the salt ward within the palace. A dedicated office known as the Salt Ward managed this intricate commerce, headed by the senior eunuch Salmudiaman and overseen by the Ayas. The Salt Ward enforced a graduated duty system. Freeborn subjects paid to cowries. Per 100 kilograms of salt, provincial chiefs paid 1 cowrie, but rendered annual tribute of salt cakes to the Oba as sign of fealty. Foreign traders, Portuguese or house, paid higher rates, up to for cowries. Exemptions applied to royal messengers and crisis relief shipments, but these required special decrees inscribed on palm leaf scrolls and sealed with coral bead impressions. Each entry point, whether the northern caravan gate or the Riverine dock, featured a raised platform of sun-baked bricks. Here, merchants presented trade decrees, jarliks stamped with the Oba's emblem, a stylized elephant head, salt cakes, each stamped with a triangular impression to denote weight. Roughly 5 kilograms were weighed, on bronze scales calibrated. Weekly, eunuchs recorded weights in ledgers, while palace scribes carried tallies on wax-coated tally sticks. Discrepancies of even a single cake or cowrie demanded inquiry before release, ensuring near total revenue capture. Daily rhythms of the salt market each morning at first light. A ritual bell tolled its tone, marking the salt ward's opening. Eunuch officials unlocked iron-grilled windows overlooking the courtyard, admitting merchants and their guards. By mid-morning, the yard filled with sack-laden camels, stamping dust into the air, and canoes lining the river bank. Traders haggled over exchange rates. Salt for yams, salt for cotton cloth, salt for palm wine jugs. A master of the Itsekiri Guild, Oviepa, recounts how he once traded 5 large salt cakes for a single indigo cloth boltan, unheard of. Bargain, but a gesture of goodwill toward his palace contacts. Throughout these negotiations, eunuchs circulated, inspecting seals, verifying tallies, and collecting cowries into woven leather sacks slung across their shoulders. No cowrie left the salt ward without a record. By dusk, officials tallied daily income, sometimes as much as 20,000 cowries on busy market days, then prepared ledgers for palace accountants. These revenues underwrote state functions, maintenance of walls, rewards for war chiefs, and lavish court ceremonies. Political stakes and provincial relations. Salt wards' control over this vital resource conferred immense political leverage. Provincial chiefs depended on reliable salt supplies to preserve fish, cure hides, and season communal meals. A sudden duty increase could spark local discontent, even famine. If merchants raised prices in turn, chiefs petitioned the Oba directly, requesting temporary duty suspensions during poor harvests or for major festivals. Such petitions, conveyed through eunuch intermediaries, required delicate handling, grant a few concessions, and chiefs might withhold tribute or wither vice-versa. In 1724, during a poor yam harvest, Chief Arapoda of Udo secured a 6-month exemption, arguing that without salt, his people could not preserve fish stocks for the lean season. Osalmudiaman convinced the Ayes to approve a partial suspension to cowries reduced to 1 per cake for all chief shipments while maintaining full duties on foreign traders. This compromise safeguarded local food security without eroding The Oba's broader fiscal base, ritual and symbolism in the salt Trabian economics. Salt held symbolic weight. At the annual New Yam festival, the Oba personally presented nobles with salt cakes, symbolizing the cleansing of past debts and the seasoning of new alliances. Salt cakes bore triangular impressions, each angle representing land, river, and sky, domains over which the Oba claimed stewardship. As palace artisans carved these symbols into each cake, priests infused them with palm wine libations, dedicating them to Olokin before distribution. Even the color of salt mattered. Coarser northern salt bluish-gray was reserved for ritual offerings. Finer white riverine salt for daily use. Mixing the two was taboo, for it blurred cosmic boundaries. When foreign traders attempted to market gray salt among commoners, palace edicts forbade its sale, reserving it for shrine altars and Oba's table alone. Early signs of strain and adaptation by the late 18th century, the salt ward confronted mounting pressures. Desert caravan routes grew perilous with increased banditry. Coastal saltworks faced competition from European evaporative techniques yielding purer salts, and palace officials noted that Kauri currency sourced from distant islands suffered scarcity, threatening both salt duties and broader commerce. In response, the Oba's council explored adaptations. They surveyed inland saline springs near Uogwa. Eunuchs oversaw pilot projects boiling brackish water in clay pans to produce local salt, though yield was limited and quality coarse. This nascent domestic salt production offered promise of reduced reliance on perilous caravans. Simultaneously, the salt ward negotiated with Portuguese agents in Lagos for discounted cowrie imports, in exchange for expanded palm oil sales, stabilizing currency flow. Preparing for uncertain routes ahead as twilight settles over the salt wards. Courtyard. You may ponder, how will Benin's salt economy navigate these converging challenges of security? Threats along ancient routes, changing global salt technologies, currency fluctuations, and environmental constraints on new saltworks? Can a kingdom, whose sovereignty and survival hinge on white grains, adapt its tribute systems without unraveling the delicate ties between Oba and chiefs? With these questions resonating like the salt ward's evening bell, Section 1 draws to a close, leaving you poised to explore in Section to how these adaptations unfold, how salt routes transform, and how the Oba's revenue policies evolve amid shifting tides of empire and environment. The morning sun glints off salt-crusted ledgers in the salt ward, as Oba Uica's advisors assemble to address the emerging crises outlined in Section 1. In this chapter, you will trace how the palace navigated perilous caravan routes, experimented with local salt production, reformed duty systems, and managed currency shortage strategies that would determine whether Benin's riverine and desert arteries remain the kingdom's lifeblood or fell into disuse. 1. Fortifying desert caravans against bandit trap ports arrive that bandit gangs empowered by regional unrest ambushed caravans near the northern passes. In response, the Oba dispatches a contingent of 150 mounted cavalry drawn from Udo warriors, their horses shod in iron horseshoes stamped with the royal emblem. Unicosalmudiamin. Coordinated logistics establishes fortified relay stations. Every today's March mudbrick watchtowers garrisoned by palace guards and supplied with fresh fodder, water, and salt rations dotted the first relay. A hastily drafted oath of safe passage requires caravan leaders to present sealed letters, indicating departure point, cargo manifest, and expected arrival date. Failure to arrive on time triggers relay riders carrying loud bronze bells to search nearby routes. Within weeks, caravan losses dropped by 60%. Guides' report restored confidence. Traders resumed long-distance crossings. preferring the enhanced security despite modestly higher transit fees to extra calories per cake. The fun relay upkeep. 2. Experimenting with inland salt pans. Meanwhile, palace engineers surveyed the Uogwa saline springs under the supervision of Iyama Aurora, the head herbalist. Turned industrial advisor. Workers construct 40 shallow clay pans lined with waterproof clay, mixed with palm oil residue. Brackish spring water, drawn by leather bucket chains, fills each pan, then evaporates under the heat of sun and charcoal-fired bellows at night. The first harvest yields coarse, gray flakes unsuitable for table use, but ideal for livestock salt. Licks and fish curing. Unique envoys distribute samples to provincial chiefs, gathering feedback on texture and flavor. Chiefs of the floodplain communities report fewer spoiled fish shipments, reducing village losses by 30% during wartime. Encouraged, Oba-Uica orders expansion to 80 pans and funds a small saltworks crew from palace labor pools, creating seasonal employment that eases rural poverty. 3. Currency reforms to stabilize carry flossal duties and carry currency. Face disruption as island supplies falter. Unica proposes supplementing cowries with standardized copper tokens, salt crowns, minted by the palace smithy. Each token, worth for cowries, bears the Oba's crowned elephant emblem. Merchants may pay duties in tokens or cowries. Tokens circulate freely and can be redeemed at palace stores for cowries or salt cakes. The token's introduction in 1727 meets initial skepticism. Traders worry about palace-controlled supply. To build trust, Oba-Uica guarantees a fixed redemption rate and limits token minting to monthly issues. 12 months in, tokens account for 40% of salt ward revenue, easing calorie shortages and simplifying tallies each token counted. As for units instantly, reducing accounting errors. 4. Duty reassessment and tiered exemptions with security bolstered, local saltworks launched, and currency stabilized. The Oba's Council revisits duty structures. A new tiered system emerges. Tier 1 Royal Tribute. Provincial chiefs deliver up to 500 cakes duty-free for palace stores. Tier to domestic commerce. Freeborn subjects pay 1 cowrie per cake, down from 2, encouraging wider salt access. Tier 3 Foreign traders, non-Sekiri and non-Hausa merchants pay 3 cowries per cake, reflecting higher transaction risks and covering relay maintenance. Tier for speculative trade. Bulk merchants shipping over 1,000 cakes annually incur a special license fee, 50 tokens upfront, to prevent market monopolization, implemented in 1730. These reforms widen domestic salt availability, boosting urban salt consumption by 25% while ensuring the palace retains ample revenues for state projects. Foreign traders grumble at higher rates, but accept them in exchange for guaranteed safe passage and stable currency options. 5. Rewiring riverine routes and port improvements in the riverfront. The Oba orders canal dredging at Unwan and wharf reinforcement at Uten. Unic-led engineering teams drafted from guild carpenters, and palace labor installed granite mooring posts and covered warehouses for salt storage. Covered dry docks protect salt cakes from rain, reducing spoilage losses by 15%. During rainy seasons, an elegant crane wooden frame with rope pulley enables swift unloading of salt from canoes, speeding turnover at the salt ward's docks. This innovation, adapted from its Sekiri designs, cuts unloading times by half, attracting more traders to river routes over longer, riskier desert crossings. By 1735, riverine salt shipments exceed desert caravans for the first time in a century, reflecting shifting trade patterns.